Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship Season 3. This is Super Johnny. Joining me is Phoenix Sivanch. It is an exciting day to be back, and especially during the finals after the way the league stages have gone through. Phoenix, how are you doing, buddy? Yes. I mean, it is going to be super fun to witness what these teams will be bringing to the table, but let's not forget there's a lot on the line for everyone. And yes, I mean, we have been witnessing the teams from Mongolia dominate yet again, but let's see. We have seen strong performances from the contenders from Nepal as well, and it is going to be an exciting journey throughout the next few days as we see and move forward with the matches to find out in the end who will be the one true, in fact, champion of South Asia. And it is, as I said, going to be an intense, a pretty interesting journey, but I mean, we don't know what to expect yet. I mean, we have Stalwart Esports as the obvious contenders, but there can always be surprise runners coming throughout these tournaments, and especially with the way how the matches have gone during the league stages. It is kind of difficult to expect what is up next, but you know what is not difficult? Our roadmap. It's quite easy. We are at the PMPL South Asia, after which, in fact, we are at the championship right now, after which we do have the World Invitational coming up, which is going to be the next event in line, and of course, the World Invitational All-Star stage as well, for which we do have some exciting news for you guys as well.
So basically we have one like in-game voting thing, which I liked it. So let me explain it to the audience. First of all, we all know that we have one like favorite team, and we want them to be in the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. So you have a chance to support your team, and you have a chance to just give your team that luxury to be the part in the PUBG Mobile World Invitational All-Star. What you have to do is you just have to log into the game, and you have to vote for your favorite team.
Yes.
The team with most votes from each region gets to play in 2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational All-Star stage.
Yeah, so just quite simple, as Sivanch says, go ahead, vote for your favorite teams. And following that, we do have the prize pool to talk about of the South Asia Championship. I mean, $150,000 with the winner walking away with $26,000. I mean, it's going to be quite exciting to witness how these teams are going to compete. And of course, I mean, with a lot of money on the line, there's always a lot of pressure of losing it all. So that is always something, a little bit of an exciting mental aspect of these tournaments that I look forward to. And now we do have, of course, the point structure on our screens. I mean, as old as time itself. Now, in fact, have gotten used to it. First position walking with 10 points, second walking with 6, third walking with 5 points. So 1 point per eliminations. There's a lot more incentive to go for those early game fights and to try and get those elimination numbers up as quickly as possible. And it's always fun to witness action. That's all I'm going to say.
I agree with that. I always love the teams when they are, engage in those early fights and tend to eliminate those Goliaths who can, just destroy their hopes when it comes down to the final circle and get the chicken dinner. But we have the contenders. So these are the top 16 teams playing in the South Asian Championship. They've been very consistent throughout the league stage, but now they are here to be the champion.
I mean, it's going to be fun to witness what these teams are going to bring to the table, especially with the way the league stages went by for everyone. And as we were talking about, I mean, Stalwart doing a pretty phenomenal job, as always. I mean, being ever so consistent. But, I mean, they have competition following them up in the form of 4MV, looking quite exciting, to be very honest, along with MABETEX. I mean, MABETEX have been kind of a huge turnaround. I was following the matches and the way they have been playing. I would love to see them put up the same performance in the finals as well. But I guess only time will tell how the team is going to perform once the matches begin.
Yeah, I'm also excited because, as just mentioned, MABETEX is a huge name and also Stalwart Esports. But including these two teams, they are a little bit weak in certain maps. For an example, Sanhok. Sanhok is their biggest enemy because we saw that these teams tend to struggle in Sanhok map, and other teams like I8, IHC, Leo, they tend to perform very good. So the execution or maybe the introduction of the Sanhok map is a real gamble for these teams. So let's see how they're going to perform today, because they got some breaks to just improve their strat and also what's going to be their mentality when they are playing on those X Factor maps.
I mean, definitely off maps can be a challenge for a lot of the teams. That is the way it has been ever since the game came out, wherein few teams will do really well on Erangel. There have been teams who have been extremely consistent on maps like Miramar, maps where that campy playstyle is rewarded. The fact that you can hold your angles properly and shoot down enemies at a long distance is beneficial to you. And that has been the case for a while now. And it is important to perform on those maps as well, because those off maps do happen quite often during the middle of the day. But let's see, I mean, Erangel always an important pick. And if you can be consistent on Erangel, I think that can be your bread and butter throughout this tournament, getting you a lot of consistent points. On Sanhok, definitely, I think as you mentioned, if that is the map that you struggle with, it would be ideal for them to not get eliminated. I guess not let the average drop too much. I think that is what they're going to be hoping for. But yet again, I mean, there is a lot of RNG factor involved in the mid-game transition, so no one can account for that. And that it's going to be quite interesting to see if the teams figure out a way to deal with those elements right now, especially with the way this point structure is and with how the fights are going to be forced. So, I mean, I can't wait for the matches to begin. I guess before we actually jump into the games, it's time to have a look at the schedule of the day.
Yeah, the first map, it's going to be Erangel as usual. You're going to start the day with the home ground itself, and then we'll move forward to the Miramar. Another off map, but I'm sure the teams are very well prepared for this, and a lot of teams are already conditioned the way Team Miramar sets up the pace for them. And then we're going to witness another Erangel. But these three maps will set up the pace for the first half of the day. But the other three maps are crazy: Sanhok, Miramar, and we'll end the day with another Erangel. So in total, we're going to play 3 Erangels, 2 Miramar, and 1 Sanhok. I'm looking forward for the third and the fourth match, because there's a pattern which some of the Mongolian teams follow, and that is they tend to start very slow.
Very slow, yeah.
So if that's going to be the case today, like, I'll not be that surprised, but how other teams going to react to those things, that's going to be the X factor.
I mean, especially in the case of teams like Stalwart and I'm going to say it, IHC, they are in the middle of the pack right now, but you never know when they're going to pop up. It is IHC. It is the legendary lineup that basically put Mongolia as the top contenders on the world stage, and I think you can never count them out. So I think these two teams have that factor wherein either they're going to start off extremely strong and just continue that throughout the very end, or it's going to be a slow start. As you mentioned, the first two games are not going to be that great. You're going to see them finish off with a few eliminations, but the position points aren't really going to be there. And from game 3 onwards is where they pick up the pace. The consistent high place finishes start to come in. You see them break into the top 5, top 4 more consistently with a lot more eliminations, and that can be quite beneficial to these lineups, because they, along with the consistent high place finishes, do make sure to bring in those high elimination numbers in every game as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is words. I'm running out of words trying to describe that. The fact that, yeah, on the stage of the finals, you always expect the wildest of things out of nowhere. You can expect a team that was middle of the pack or somewhere in the bottom during the league stages walking away with the chicken dinner back-to-back in the first 2 games and do really well on day 1 and then continue to read to day 2. And if the momentum can be carried forward, not necessarily focused on just winning every single game, but finishing in top 5s one way or the other with, let's assume, minimum of 6 to 7 eliminations, I think that point average should be enough to keep the team in the top position. And stuff like this definitely does happen in the finals, especially on a stage like the South Asia Championship, and with the caliber of players that we have in this championship. So a lot of X factors to encounter for, but definitely one of the biggest roles is going to be played by the momentum of the first few games. And I think everyone is going to look to start on a stronger foot. So map number 1, as you mentioned, for you, game number 3 is going to be important. For me, it's going to be game number 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like very future matches too, because we all know the championship is not like a league day stage. You have a lot of matches, you can prepare a lot, you can just give up some maps, but that's not going to be the case here in the championship. You have few maps, you have few chances, and you have to grab every single one of them.
And let's see as the game begins. Game number 1 of the PMPL South Asia Championship 2023. As always, the map is Erangel, and the top 16 teams from the league stages are set to begin their run of the finals. We do have the trajectory of the plane starting from one of my favorite spots on the map, the northern Georgia Pole City, and it's going to go all the way through Pochinki, well, quite close to Pochinki, from close to Pochinki to the military island, ending towards the southeastern edge of the military island, just a little bit south of that observatory hill, where, I mean, we have seen a lot of highlights clips from the lads of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, they tend to exploit that one particular area a lot if they have that luxury to get the circle and also, annihilate the hopes of the opponents. But let's see where the circle is just gonna form, and we all know this is the first game, and it is gonna be a slow pace too, because teams tend to have a good footing in the first map and first day itself, because then they can decide that what type of pace they're gonna follow in the upcoming days, and also what type of game plan they're also gonna follow. But for now, every single team, it seems like this is going to move forward to their favorite drop location. I like where the Team 4 medical vibes tend to drop, and that's the military base, because you can collect a lot of loot, and you can collect a lot of vehicles too, because which help you a lot in those rotations, and also can help you in the final circles.
Well, yeah, it can definitely be beneficial to them in the final few fights if they manage to make sure that their numbers are up and try to focus on a little bit of a slower early game. But let's see. I mean, situations can change in the blink of an eye in this game, and that is what I enjoy the most. I mean, kind of an early fight expected towards the Ferry Pier Primorsk area, as we do have 2 teams, in fact 3 teams if you count Aegon I-8 just landing for that pancake split quite close to the military bridge. Will tend to be for an interesting situation, since the 3 teams are going to be quite close to the center of the zone. But I mean, I guess at this point, 3 teams that everyone's eyes are going to be on, of course, one after the other, are going to be SCE, MABETEX up towards the Sarki positions. And, well, 7th Element, not wasting any time, as Uzum has been dropped to an extremely low HP. He's going to try and escape with his teammate, but Assad, he does not want to engage this even further. He knows he's also isolated. Plus, early stages of the game, you do not really have that much ammo or utility to commit to a serious fight. So 7th Element, they're going to go back to looting, trying to get their ammo numbers up again. Let's see how this goes. If they collapse as a team, then it is going to be a 4v2. Aegon I8 could be in a world of hurt.
But they escaped for now. Like at least two of them somehow managed to escape from this situation, though. But let's talk about this team because seventh element, just like the name, they tend to include that element of surprise in their game plan and also the way they take those fights. But the important factor is the league stage wasn't that good as we expected. They
Yeah.
were at the 16th position, so they were struggling a lot in those early days, right? They end up in the 12th a lot, on 16th position a lot, and also weren't able to secure a lot of finishes. So those type of situations happen in the league stage, but I don't want them like similar type of situations happen with them today. But let's see how they're going to perform today, and especially their counterpart, that is Team Regicide.
Yeah, I mean, both the teams not really having a fun time during the league stages. As you mentioned, 7th Element qualifying on the 16th position with Regicide on the 15th, 2 points separating them. So it was kind of a close call between them and Raw, and they will definitely be quite grateful for the early points they were able to secure during their run that helped them qualify. But over here, I mean, since it is it is a complete fresh start at the start of day number 1 of the South Asia Championship, I think this is that one factor that they can use to their advantage, that everyone is starting from scratch right now. The leaderboard is reset, and I mean, hopefully, if they can get this first game, it can be a good turnaround for them. TUF on our screens right now, definitely a well-known name in their region. Also, a team that was part of the bottom 6 of the league stages.
Oh yeah.
So quite a lot of expectations from them. They had a few good performances, started off quite strong in the league stages,
Yeah.
and ended on a decent note as well, especially that last day of theirs was quite good for them.
Agreed. I think so. If I'm not wrong, TU have actually secured a second and also end up
Yes.
in the second and third position respectively in the final few games. So they somehow managed to, just get a little bit comfortable in the overall ranking. That's why they are here. But you know what? These type of final, like, if you're depending on those final maps, the final day, this will lead to you positioning like you are totally dependent on how other teams gonna mess up and how other teams gonna perform on the final day and what type of mentality they actually have. So you should start strong in the first day, but let's see if that's gonna be the case for them today or not. Or maybe they start off things with the chicken, or maybe they end up in the top 5 in the first game itself. Uh, but it's a huge ask. To be honest, it's a huge ask, especially the whole region itself. Because we just saw, like, out of 8 teams, only 6 of them qualified from the
Yeah.
Pakistan region, and they were in the bottom 6. So that's a point of concern. And if you're talking about concern, Blade is already. Blade got knocked out in an open area, and I don't think so. The
Yeah.
person can, revive him. But
Yeah,
he
this is
can.
not looking good. Aegon I8 could be in a world of trouble. As you mentioned, Leo is a team with a lot of firepower, and they are not going to shy away from this fight, as we do see Haidam and Sus push for a flank. Blade is going to be left behind. I8 giving up on this aggression in their direction before the fight even began.
Okay, they gave up. They gave up. It was better option, right? Losing out only one player, it's even good than losing out 2 in a very awkward positioning.
True.
So, yeah, that's a decent thing to just think of. But Slipknot, he's the first one who got the first blood in this game today.
What a wonderful start. And I think it was something that Leo were also hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Things are going to go. I mean, Aegon I8 now will have a little bit of information as to where they would have left. Players of Leo Esports, they're going to be cautious and constantly watching their back. 2K, we saw the mid-rotation. I8 right on top of Everest. It's always going for the high ground super early. If they have the right scopes, they can definitely get a little bit of information on the teams moving down below.
first zone is about to close in after 17 seconds. And I would love to see another centralized circle because this circle is still favoring the area of Katka, Pochinki, and also Corey is still in the play, and also Peripia is a comfortable spot to hold on. But I would love to see how Team Regicide will make their way if the circle move towards a little bit southern side of the map, and it actually is uh, a southern circle, by the way. The military bridge is still in place, so players of seems like it's empty. Wow.
I mean, yeah, they rotated quite early. It was a little bit of the shots being fired on Aegon I8 by the players of 7th Element made sure that Aegon I8 wasn't going to be there. And I think 7th Element also did not want to engage or even risk an early engagement. So they also abandoned their positions on the map super early, rotating out, trying to see if they can find an isolated spot. But talking about being isolated, Illuminate crew, they are definitely not alone. See them in, well, they do have quite a lot of cover to work with, but I don't think staying close to that watchtower for a while, for more than a minute, is going to be advisable for them. But hey, the first airdrop brings with it the MG3, a lot of utility.
I like MG3. In certain situations, it's the best weapon. But if you are comfortable with an M416 or maybe an AKM, you're good. Yeah, you're happy, right? You're a happy person. If you have the best loadout, which is best for you, then you're gonna be the happiest person on earth. And if you're talking about happiest person on earth, it might be Zibian from Magnus, because he spots out Sek. He pinned him down behind a haystack, and it seems like he might lose his life too. Magnus Esports already got an opening, and they should utilize it to its perfection. But I don't think so. They won't be able to do that. No way. That's the great escape today.
Yeah, shots fired, but none connect. Kind of a missed opportunity by Magnus Esports. Although kudos to them for trying to at least secure or find an opening on the opposition, the distance being a little too much for them to deal with. But now their position has been revealed, and this spot on top of the hill is quite exposed. So Zidbian is going to have to be extremely careful. But look at this. We do have another fight breaking out on the map. Or maybe it will NB. These houses out in the open fields, 33 seconds before they have anything to worry about. But I think the presence of T2K in the distance has been felt. They are all looking in the same direction, I mean. And shots have been fired, so that pretty much confirms it.
I would have to see where are their vehicles, because I know you have a good position, and you are in a good area right now in the circle. But what if the circle move towards or takes a very very shift? This might force you to move from this particular area. But what just I witnessed, Regicide Buddy just lost his life because he just got knocked out. And also they secured a player, and also they secured a pick off the player of IHC. It seems like a lot of fights are panning out here.
Yeah.
But we are witnessing a fight between NB Esports, or maybe another escape for NB Esports. They're still struggling to find an opening right now. So this isn't the best start for them.
I mean, a lot of shots are being fired by this team, but none of them are making contact with the enemy. And that can lead to a little bit of a troublesome situation for them in the future, but let's see. IHC, they have the players of TUF in their crosshairs, and they're waiting for them to get into position on the other side of the map. DRS, it looks like, are in a world of hurt. IHC, they have lost Godless as well. Alex, trying to get cheeky, repeats the window, takes a few shots. Although Thor was quite wary of this move and did not peek. Position Leo Esports. Oh my goodness. We have completely missed this action. Sus is knocked out. It's down to the last two players of Leo, and the team of 7th Element, they're going for the push. Haidami with the shotgun is going to find an opening, reducing the numbers to 2v3, but this is still looking like a lot of trouble for the players of Leo. They have to heal, they have to go for the revives, and at the same time stop the push coming in from the players of Seventh Element. And 7E, they're not looking to stop. Divine, he's cooking up the nade, his teammate is going for a push. Sasa is still on his knees, nowhere left to go. Leo in a world of trouble. Look at this, T24 OP, he's going for the flank, and Slipknot, he has nothing left to do. He's hiding behind the wall with Utility in his hands. Utility is the only thing that can save the players of Leo at this point, but nade in the hands of Tokusaurus is definitely going to be enough to dish out the damage. But T2K with the third party find the knock on Slipknot, and Height is going to run into the line of fire. He needs to be careful. Seventh Element now, they should also realize that since the player of Leo was knocked out by the lads of T2K, that as soon as they step out of this warehouse, they are going to be next.
Yeah, and they have to be careful because look at the players of NB Esports, they're just right behind them. So if they just trying to be a little bit cheeky, they might get punished. But against High Dam, he got a revival and now he is back on his feet. They are using those smoke grenades to make some extra cover, at least to just survive for a little bit long. Otherwise, they won't be able to make it through. They secure 2 picks. They lost 2 of their players, I think. So this is the best trade you can get from here. Just escape, just run away from here. Meanwhile, we can see IHC is also struggling. It just all comes down to only one player. This is not the way they should get a start. But Tokusaurus goes down. This is a game.
Oh no!
T24 is the only one. Slipknot slipping out the HP of the players of 7th Element, and now it's 1v2 duel.
This has to be the biggest blunder of this game. It was basically a 3v1. Slipknot, the last man standing on the other side of the wall, and had all of them pushed together, they would have gotten him. But no, they gave him isolated individual fights and he made them pay. But now looks like it's time for Regicide's Roshan, as he does find an important pick with the DBS in his hands and does make sure that his team is going to be there for the next few seconds of the game. But he's stuck in a 1v2. He's getting pushed upon. He has MABETEX, one of the players from the side of MABETEX right behind him. Will Roshan make it out for his team? And the answer is no. T2K, they finish off his team, and now the next team in their crosshair, it's going to be I believe one of the last players surviving from MABETEX. And they also have just 3 players remaining, so they can definitely go for the risky play and try and push.
Yeah, I think they should, because they already have good amount of kills and you can collect some more. It seems like they're just going to do the same thing. TUF looking strong, already collected a lot of kills, 5 in total. But this is a ballsy move. But what was that demotivate, sir? You just he is on very low of his HP. Thor comes down for the save, and he actually will secure another pep. MABETEX faced an elimination on the 13th position, and they secure total 4 finish points. I think so. This is a good thing. At least you got something. If you take an exit on the 14th position, it's good. But for now, Team NB Esports, this is a team which is struggling for a very long time. But right now they got a good amount of compounds. And Leo, the way they managed to clutch, especially Slipknot, the way he managed to clutch out in that 1v3 situation, that was a heroic approach, and he deserved that actually.
I mean, let's see though. They have won 1 fight, as you mentioned, the players of Leo Esports, but NB, I want to see what their approach to this scenario is going to be. As you mentioned, they do have a lot of real estate to work with, but they're looking at the wrong spot. They expect the players of Leo to be outside, on the outer side of this compound, but not right in front. I think if this is the read on this play, then this can backfire on the players of NB. But I think as soon as they try to approach the compound or try to initiate the fight, they should have the information on the other side. Talk about information. Well, Stalwart Esports has exact locations of where the players are. Magnus in front of them, finisher has been finished, and for a second, Stalwart switch things up. Decide to shift focus on the last surviving player of DRS, Killer YT, out in the blue and also in the crosshairs of Top. Top is waiting. Healing can wait. First, he needs to get the kill, and that is going to be the easiest thing for him. DRS have been wiped out. Magnus is going to be next, and all of a sudden, Stalwart sit there in the top 10 of this game with 5 eliminations to their name.
Top eliminated 2 teams in a row, and now they're looking out for another. But NB Esports already initiated a fight against the players of Leo Esports, and oh my god, Leo Esports takes an exit from the lobby, secure 5 elimination and end up in the 10th position. It's still a good thing. This is the first game and this is just the start. You got a good outing. Although we still have 9 teams left. NB Esports, they are again looking confident. They have a good amount of real estate and they also have a huge amount of vehicles to work with and also good loot. But where the circle's just going to form, that's going to be the best question and that's going to be the biggest question for them. And it moves towards the southern side. 7th eliminate. You left Ferrypier and circle is favoring Ferrypier. No way. I think so. They were just a bit unlucky.
Yeah, they were unlucky. And look at Aegon I8. I think they're going to be quite happy with this. They did not go a little bit too far away from Ferrypier. They decided to stake it out, and this is going to be quite beneficial to them. On the other side, as we're looking at NB Esports, I think they have quite a bit of challenge ahead of them. They have to make sure that they stay clear of I8 as they rotate into the circle. And it's not just, Stalwart Esports. And it's not just Stalwart Esports they have to worry about. Towards their right are the players of T2K, who at least for this very moment are focused on Goku, the last surviving player from QR. But it's not going to take them a long time to realize like that is the easiest elimination for us to secure. We can refocus on this guy. He's going to be stuck in the blue, and we should start focusing on the team ahead, clear up the edge, get our spot inside the zone, and then look back to get those extra points of the teams that have delayed their rotations.
Oh, you have to be careful. You have to be careful because this circle, it's going to be the scary one, especially for the teams who are very far away from this zone. And also, teams like Stalwart Esports, look at that. Secure 5 elimination. Highvoltage DC looking very good. NB Esports, they also secure 3, but they got pinned down by the players of Stalwart Esports, and this is not a good sign. Meanwhile, Content Race takes an exit on 9th position without even securing a single point. That's the worst nightmare for them. NB Esports started off their journey a bit strong, but now it seems like they might end up towards the coffin. Oh no, they escaped in front of the players of Stalwart Esports, and now they're moving towards the safe zone, and Stalwart Esports is going to do the same thing. Although they dished out a huge amount of damage, and this might affect them when they reach their hot location, and that's what's just happening. Highvoltage DC just utilizing that damage to their perfection, and also to just help them to collect some kills, and this might be the best grenade.
Oh,
he might secure a pick, but no, Cloud missing out.
I mean, all right, as you mentioned, I mean, just STE dishing out all that damage, I think did help out Cloud quite a lot. But then 4MV also blew up the vehicles. NB again in a very difficult situation, and also they have Aegon I8 watching their back. This team has just walked into basically the pits of Tartarus. This is hell for them. They can't get out of this. It is not going to be easy. They have literally 4 teams surrounded. I mean, goodness gracious for them, Stalwart Esports decide to start fighting it out with T2K for all of a sudden, and Highvoltage also at the same time. So the distractions have arrived, but it's not going to be enough opportunity. But Siok, what was that? Just takes the face first dive into 2 players of Highvoltage, Assassin and Praveen, and they just destroy him in a matter of seconds. Sandesh was dropped low as well, and Stalwart taking advantage of the situation to make sure he's not going to be standing for long. Rig is going to be the last player surviving for the side of T2K. How long he's going to take this? He is up against an army of Stalwart players, and they make sure that he is going to be eliminated. T2K taking an early exit from this matchup, but he made sure that Stalwart is not going to be at 100% after that fight. He made sure that best player is walking out with him, as Top has been eliminated, and Icy is going to be on his knees next.
Yep, before going down, he just put them in a handicap position, and Icy falls down by Jiggle. He secures his pick, and look at Action. He is barely surviving with just 10% of his HP. I didn't think so he won't be able to make it inside circle until some miraculous thing just happened. But Highvoltage, look at them, 6 total elimination. Assassin is still looking out for his first, but that's you know what, that's just cool. And yes, that's not the way you should enter inside the circle. NB Esports, we were talking about them. They got stuck inside the hell, but they somehow managed to survive. Or did I spoke too soon? I think so. Yes, Vipers from the distance, putting out the players of NB Esports to the end, and Action might not survive the barrage of these bullets, and he will not. And by the way, Jiggle secured that pick by an Uzi. What? He stole that kill. No way.
I mean, quite impressive right there, but Now, as we are down to the final 6 teams, 17 players surviving, I think things will get more and more intense by the second. The last 2 players from the side of I8 have managed to find a nice little safe haven for them on the eastern edge of the zone, but they have the players of high voltage approaching them with a very high velocity, and it is going to be quite a bit of challenge. It's a 2v4 situation, but high voltage, they switch gears, going towards the compound of I8, and ooze him in a world of hurt, but he still makes sure that the shotgun in his hands is going to knock down Praveen. It is down to the last player of Aegon I8. He has a UMP, but will it be enough? I don't think so. It is a 1v3 that he has to deal with, and he runs inside towards his demise. Aegon I8, well, they go bye-bye.
Yeah, 6th position is the final number. This is just secure. But to be honest, it was a good fight. High voltage, just because of the man advantage they had in the previous fight, helped them a lot. They just lost out one player. They also saved Jiggle from his death, and also has the major compound inside circle. They might secure the chicken, and or maybe I just spoke too soon. Who knows? The future will answer my question. But we have the top 5 team. The 14 players are remaining, and in between these 14 players, we have Thor, who is just surviving, who is just fighting for his life. This man is just a Superman. Trust me, he always come up with a solution, and the solution is just give me meds, I'll survive. Don't worry.
Give me meds, man. Just
Yeah.
make sure I have the HP bar, and I'm going to make sure that we win the game. Sounds like an easy plan, but let's see if the other lads on the map right now will agree with him. There are a lot of teams that they have to deal with before that. High voltage, Cloud Jiggle Assassin being put under pressure by the players of Illuminate right next to them. But they're not worried about that much. I think they want to make sure that the backs are cleared, the center of the zone is cleared, and the house next door is abandoned, as well as they try to finish off the players of NB. Shots do connect. Assassin managing to hit a few bullets through the smoke, but that does not really amount to much. They have given away information that, hey, presence is still there in that house. They haven't secured an opening yet. And I think that is how it's going to be for a little while now as well, since all 3 teams do not really have any incentive to fight it out. They are in the zone, they have ample cover, they can just wait and watch what happens.
The sixth circle will start closing in after the 30 seconds, and this will allow the teams to just move forward or just take the safe haven, or if they will be get allowed or not. Team TUF lost one of their player, and that is H2S of 4. And they still have Riddler, Thor, and Demotivate Sir. And you know what? Demotivate Sir is always the guy who always initiates the fight, but it was always Riddler or Thor who secures the final finish. So he's like the important guy, and also the point of contact, and also works like as a catalyst. But that's going to be the case for them or not, because to be honest, it's now a slow. It seems like we are just moving towards the end, but slowly and steadily.
Yeah, it's quite a slow final few stages of the game, you mentioned, but I think that is about to end in just a few more seconds. And we do have towards the southwestern and the southern edge 2 teams approaching the edge of the zone, the edge of the circle, and that is going to force them to, well, juke it out between them, see who survives, see who makes it through. And high possibility it is going to be the lads from 4MV. They do have the numbers, also have the superior position, as they have the high ground covering up their front, and they can utilize that to close the fight with the players of Illuminate. High voltage, not a lot left to do. They just want to hold on to their cover, not let it go. Illuminate as well. Their objective is quite clear, not step into the line of fire of either 4MV or the players of NB. They pretty much have an entire building blocking them and high voltage from each other. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds, right, 15 seconds. Final few moves are going to be thought by these teams, and as soon as the zone closes and we have the next circle in front of us, they're going to be forced to move. I hope it goes west.
Oh, okay. Just need some more spiciness in the game. I don't know how much scary this game will go, but for now...
it's right in the center. Perfect.
Yeah, it's right in the center. Helping almost every single team which were holding the center of the circle, except NB Esports. They are in a whole world of trouble. I would love to see how they will enter inside the circle, or if they will make it into the circle or not.
I think it's going to be I don't think they're going to be making it. All right, now for sure, since they have made sure that they're going to be starting the fight against the players of 4MV, and you have a Kaz who has managed to secure a knock on one of the players of TUF at the same time as well. So now, instead of just 4 players focused in on them, they have a minimum 7 players looking in their direction, which, especially considering they have an open slope to run down, it is not going to be an advisable. And look at that. First knock, as soon as Sek is done healing up, he steps out of that small little shack that he was hiding in. He gets knocked down to his knees. Same is going to happen to Kaz as soon as he steps out from behind the cover as well. The last 40 seconds for these lads, the last 40 seconds of safety, at least in game number 1. But I think they have done quite a decent job. They've made it into the top 5. They have a good number of eliminations as well. And, well, Sek is going to go bye-bye. His teammate is going to go bye-bye as well. They have been eliminated. We're down to the top 4 teams. Just final 4, 12 players remaining. And Illuminate, look at them going for a push on the players of Highvoltage. Utility is going to be lobbed indoors. The Molotov does nothing. Cloud is going to secure the knock. And, in fact, the Molly does knock out Sky. His teammates Molly knocked him out. Quite unfortunate. Viper is going to get a earful for that. But that does result in us having, ladies and gentlemen, the top 3 of game number 1 of the PMPL South Asia Championship.
Miracle and also TUF bid the players of Highvoltage. Miracle Vibe just trying to initiate a fight against the players of TUF because they just want to hold the edge. And also I like how Highvoltage is taking those fights because they're staying as a pack but refuse. What a grenade! Knocks out 2 players in a row and might secure the final one too. TUF, they are in a whole lot of trouble. This is not the way they wanted this to end, and they might face the elimination to yes, TUF end up at 3rd position in the first game of this championship.
And now we are down to the final 2 teams. It's a 4v3 Highvoltage versus 4 Miracle Wives. And can these Miracles definitely go ahead and secure the win for their team? We are about to find that out. Highvoltage, they're going to run out in the open. It's final zone, final few seconds for these teams to fight it out. And look at the beautiful amount of smokes that have been lobbed on this battleground right now. But Doc, he knows what he has to do. Gets in the buggy, goes for a little drive, is going to get knocked out, but not for free. Highvoltage, they lose one of their own as the players take those shots. They do expose themselves as well. And 4MV, they're going to be grateful for this, securing the win in game number 1. The chicken dinner is going to be theirs with a decent number of eliminations as well. I believe they're going to walk away with 8 eliminations from this game, along with the 10 points for the win, 18 points start. That's quite good.
That certainly is the best start you can get from the first game itself. For Miracle Wives, again, just playing like a normal day, to be honest. But we'll talk a lot about this team and also about the other teams too, but after a very short break. What a start! What a start! 4 Miracle Wives are securing the first chicken dinner of the first game of the day. It's like, again, as I just told you earlier, it's a normal day. It's a walk in the park for them. They were the team who secured the 2nd position in the league stage, and they started off like this. Okay, it seems like they're just looking forward for the championship title.
I mean, yes, this game was played out perfectly by them. They made sure that the early stages, they were not being too over, not engaging too many fights, because that can cause a lot of trouble for the team when they're rotating from edge to edge in the middle game stages. Because they had 5 eliminations right before they went charging towards the players of Highvoltage, and that included the last 2 teams that they eliminated. So early stages, not a lot of fighting, just completely focused on making sure all 4 players survived in the end game stages. And I think if they can continuously do this game after game, if they can replicate this, just making sure players are surviving till the late game stages, I think their point average at the end of the day is going to look extremely good. The only way someone can take them down is going to be by having a playstyle like Highvoltage, because Highvoltage ended the game with 9 eliminations. Definitely a little bit higher than the players of 4MV. But due to that, they did not have enough bodies to commit to the final fight, and they also were put a little bit under pressure by the players of Illuminate Crew as they were being charged upon, and sort of had to run out of that house in a very chaotic spree of the moment decision-making process, and that sort of also swung the advantage of that final fight in the favor of 4MV, which they definitely did utilize quite nicely. But still, I mean, it was an extremely good game for game number 1, and we do also have the MVP on our screens, which is going to be Top. I mean, how did he pull it off? He was out of the game so early before the game came to an end. Look at that survival time, 19 minutes, but still 4 eliminations and 913 damage dished out. The man is always at his best.
Yeah, he is the guy who eliminated 2 teams, and getting the MVP title is, like, again, very common for Top, right? It's very common for Top. Although the team itself, we talk about the Stalwart Esports, they got stuck in a very weird spot, and also whenever they were trying to to spin down the players of T2K, they found themselves on the receiving edge too. So just because of that, they end up in a bit early, although it was a nice try from the side of the players of Stalwart Esports. But we have Highvoltage Jiggle in the player to focus, and Volley, again, MABETEX Esports. This team is just a war machine, especially Volley. This guy secured every single, MABETEX, I think, to secure 4 elimination, and out of those 4, Volley has every single one of them.
I've been definitely doing quite a lot for his team, and Wally has been a player that I've been watching for a while, for years now. He's been consistent throughout his entire career, and this is the kind of expectations everyone has from him every single time he's playing a game. Moving on to the match summary, which is going to be next, we do have Diffuse walking away with the highest elimination for being the number, but he has been tied by the rest of the competition at the same time. We have Jiggle, Top, and Wally, all the players in the list of top eliminators being there with 4 eliminations. Moving on to the highest damage, we did see Top, as he became the MVP of the game, be there number 1 in the list of highest damage with 913 damage dished out, but he was also being contested. This was a game in the mid-game stages and a little bit in the early game as well. Teams were forced to take impromptu fights, but looking at the match rankings, I think because of that, we do have a lot of interesting results, because as we were talking about getting those elimination numbers up early on in the game, look at this. 4MV, they walk away with 8 eliminations and they have 18 points. Highvoltage on the other side, Highvoltage DC, they walk away with 11 eliminations. They just have 6 placement points, and yet 17 placement points, just 1 point shy of the team sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Point structure itself is very crazy, by the way. And we would say they secure total 3 placement points, but just because they have only 3 elimination points, they are in the 5th position. And Stalwart Esports secure total 7 elimination points. By the way, IHC also, they were on the 16th position, but I'm not surprised, right? They tend to start very slow. This is their play style, so I'm still waiting for the first half of the day, because whenever they try to understand the gameplay, they end up in these type of position. But whenever they are ready, whenever they're like, okay, now it's our time to shine, they always secure the top 3 or maybe in the top 5. But we still have to wait for that. Although I like the thinking process of the players of the Pakistan region, because we saw a lot of them, they had a good amount of circle advantage. Also a lot of the teams also has good amount of compounds and best weapons. The only thing they were struggling with was the way they took those fights, because some of them just got caught off guard while they were rotating.
Yeah, I mean, mid-rotation, they were struggling a little bit, but I think, yes, we did see, I mean, especially TUF was one of the teams that was shining out quite nicely in the previous matchup, doing quite well for themselves, securing a decent number of points, and I think that is something that can be replicated, but they were also being extremely aggressive, as you mentioned, and I think that aggression, that mid-game aggression can work out for them. But again, this was just game number 1. The The finals have just started, and the day has just begun as well. Things can take a turn for the worst for the teams in the next few matches as well, especially considering, as you mentioned before we started our day, that off maps can be a challenge for the teams. Coming up next is going to be Miramar.
Ooh. And to be honest, it's my favorite map, by the way. And I think so I can say the same thing for the players of DRS Gaming, trained to kill, Stalwart Esports. They always shine so bright in the map of Miramar. So you have to be careful. By the way, DRS, they are missing. I think so. They are just missing the DRS stats in this, PMPL season 3, because they've been one of the most consistent and one of the most dominating team from the Nepal region. But out of the bat, they end up in the mid back of the first game. I would love to see the showcase to come back today, or the showcasing or come back today, and in the end of the day, should secure like roughly about 80 to 90 points to just be in a safer spot, or maybe I know 80 to 90 is a huge ask, or if they secure around 60, it would be better for them.
I mean, that is going to put them in a very wonderful position, looking forward to the day tomorrow to begin their journey, if they can actually manage to do that. But I mean, based on their form, it is going to be interesting to see how their approach to the next few matches is going to look like. Especially, I mean, who can forget the global championship run that this team has? DRS, I mean, doing phenomenal. Everyone expects them to dominate this region. They are supposed to be the alpha team right now. And that, I think, just the fact that people expect a lot more from them. Let's not forget, DRS is a legacy team. It's a legacy name. It's a big banner from Nepal, one of the biggest orgs in the country. And I mean, they have done phenomenal throughout their entire existence. That, I think, is the reason that fans expect them to always win. They expect them to always win every single game. And again, putting the players under a lot of pressure to always be performing. And that cannot be the case. I mean, you're going to have a few bad games, but you have to learn to move on. And DRS, they do have the players of the caliber that they do realize themselves, all right, reset, focus on the next game, we're going to win the next one, or we're going to do well consistently throughout the day, get the points on the board, and then win the overall championship. I think that is the mindset the DRS have, and a few bad games are not going to shake their overall run. So I think we're going to have to be extremely patient with DRS and just keep an eye on their overall ranking the entire time.
Oh, waiting for that, just showcase the real DRS form. But yeah, as just mentioned, we have to wait for a little bit long. But now the second match has started. In the first match, we saw the 4 Miracle Vibe secure a chicken dinner. But this is the map which changed the flow, the playstyle, and also your understanding and also your approach to the map itself, because it's Miramar, one of the biggest map in PUBG Mobile, and also a bit fast too, because if you're good enough, if you're good with those long range fights, you are a beast here. Regicide drops in the Campo Militar area. The plane path starts, the trajectory starts from the Campo Militar area and heading towards the southwestern side of La Redra. Although Lost Leon is a bit too far, but teams can still collect some vehicles and move towards their favorite location to like Lost Leonis and Porto Palacio.
I mean, for sure. As you mentioned, I mean, the rotations can be planned out in the early stages, but in order to plan the rotation, we need to know where the zone is going to be. And that is one of the most challenging aspects of Miramar. The starting zone can definitely force you to plan out your ending game scenarios based on if it's going to be headed towards an urban area, or maybe quite an open position like this with the circle being on top. Right, centered quite close to the position of Hacienda del Patron, but I mean, this is going to force these teams to play slowly. There's a massive cluster of teams inside the circle right now. MABETEX, they know Regicide have dropped towards that Campo Militar position, and they're going to try and block them from moving inside the zone. Magnus, they're going to try and do the same thing for MV, and the team of TUF, I think, are now going to be thinking as to how do they find a way to get inside in the zone towards the edge. And especially since on Miramar, we see a lot of late rotations from the team starting to take control of the edge from zone number 3, zone number 4 onwards. I think at that point, it is going to be a challenge for everyone to try and find their position inside the circle that late in the game.
As you're talking about MABETEX is really notorious on Miramar, especially punishing those late teams who were tend to go for the late rotations. You have to be careful. I don't know how Regicide and Magnus gonna, just if they faced team. takes in those late rotation fights, they might end up on the receiving end. So they have to be careful, because MABETEX, again, they are also very good on the map of Miramar too. And I already discussed about their game plan. That's the part of their game plan which they follow a lot, because it helped them a lot to just get a lot of kills, a lot of those early eliminations. We're talking about early elimination. It seems like Agon I8 might initiate a fight against the players of seventh element. Seventh element. Again, these two teams are up against each other, but on a different map. And still,
Yeah.
it's a 4v2 situation. I don't know why Agon I8 is doing these kind of shenanigans again and again.
Yeah, I have no idea as well. I don't think it's Aegon I8's plans. I think it's more of Seventh Element doing.
Okay.
Neighbors on Erangel, neighbors on Miramar, and definitely not the welcome neighbors, I guess, for each other. Aegon I8, they are being extremely careful. We do have QQ. He's just waiting, goes for the jump shots. Has managed to connect a few, but he needs to be extremely patient about this. As you mentioned, it is a 2v4 situation. The rest of the lads from the side of Aegon I8 have arrived, but it will take them a few seconds to get into position, and all QQ has to do is just not get dogged out. And look at this. He stays behind the cover, 7th element. They lose out on 2 players. Now, this plan of theirs has backfired very badly. Sivanch.
Oh my god, that's a katana finish.
Yeah.
There. And yes, QQ be like, you know what? You guys just trying to act a little bit cheeky or smart? Yeah. We are the smartest one. QQ, don't do that again. Don't do that again. Oh my god. This team is just punishing the opponents a bit too harshly, by the way. And that's what happens if you just try to act smarter, just try to initiate those early fights, though.
Yep.
So, Aegon, I think so. It's a statement from their side that don't try that again. You had done it in Erangel, and you're just trying to replicate the same thing on Miramar. This is what's gonna happen against you. This is what's gonna happen to you.
I mean, for sure. That has to be the statement. And if 7th element do not get the message now, well, that means there's going to be a little bit more entertainment for us waiting in the future matches. And we should not complain about this at all.
Exactly.
But let's see. Let's see. For now, at least, 7th element are in the worst possible situation at the start of Miramar. They have lost 3 players due to an unforeseen early engagement against the players of Aegon I8, and the last player that is left is just left to survive in one of the most worst possible imaginable conditions in this game. On Miramar, completely isolated, and also not really in a good spot on the map. So a lot of challenges for him to deal with all alone, but he can just stay in creative fields for a little while, hope the players of Aegon I do not find him or no one runs in his direction.
Rotations being made by the players who are still playing on the edge. I just want to update the positioning of teams like NB Esports. They are still in El Pozo. Mountain being acquired by the players of IHC. Highvoltage DC, they are still in Picado. And it seems like IHC, they are just still in a split formation. And you know what? They are looking out for a better loot. But this is where things will get very interesting. The San Martin area. Leo Liquid. Leo is a team who never backs down, who never backs off if there's a fight. If there's a possibility of a fight, they always tend to go for those. So the approach they always have doesn't matter what the map is, the type of approach they have, it just leads them to collect a lot of those elimination points. Though it's a challenging part in Miramar, because the amount of distance you have with your opponents is huge, and the comfortable your opponents are is more difficult for you to get those elimination. Liquid won't be able to convert that one player into a coffin and also reveal his position. Now Stalwart Esports, they're going to be a little bit more cautious, because now they are aware that there are enemies alongside them.
I would love to see this 4v4. Stalwart up against... Yeah. I mean, these are 2 of the strongest teams in terms of firepower. Would not want to see them fight with all of their players present and see what happens. I mean, it is going to be super fun, but the problem with late game fights is we know one of them is going to be lacking numbers for sure because of how aggressive their approach is towards the game, and we will only a few times, hardly ever going to get to witness Stalwart and Leo up against each other playing at 100%. So I think the teams definitely do not agree with me, since Stalwart have backed off. Leo on the other
Yeah.
side also just walking away from the hill enough to not completely abandon vision of these compounds and just make sure they keep an eye on the players of Stalwart Esports, see which ridges they're going to hide behind or where they're going to move out towards. Liquid has to relay all this information alone to his entire team. On the other side, I think Stalwart Esports are expecting DRS from the rear as well. Just being extremely cautious.
Oh yeah. His
Which is always going to be good. Yeah.
used to tell to just drop near the Hasiano del Petro area, so they have to be careful. And we have seen these two teams fight a lot, especially whenever DR is trying to rotate. So they have to be careful, by the way. But this circle. So what team Leo and also NB Esports can do? They can take control of the water treatment, because look at the circle favoring the northern side of the map pretty heavily. Teams like Regicide and also MABETEX, these two teams, if they get allowed to reign supreme, or just punish you in a very awful spot, they will. So you have to be careful, especially with these type of circles. I would love to see how team eliminate crew will make their way into the circle. It seems like they're just going to move towards the cruise the well area, and they're just going to hold those ridges and also those single compounds. But Highvoltage DC might, get a difficult journey, because they are just moving straight towards the southern side of the circle.
Let's see though, T2K Siog in a world of hurt as he finds himself up against Faster from the side of Magnus. The damage has been dished out with the weapon, but the nade can secure the knock, but no, Siog is going to get out of position and avoid any sort of damage inflicted upon him, and his teammates have arrived as well. Magnus, this fight not really going the way they had hoped. They have lost Drawlin in the back line. Sandesh is going to try and secure that finisher, and Faster are now stuck. This nade is going to hurt like hell to Faster, and he's going to be knocked out as well. T2K, as the name says, trained to kill. They are doing a brilliant job over here, having brought MABETEX down to the last two players. Rig knows the position of the player in the warehouse as well, goes for a jiggle peek with the UMP. His teammate from the backlines does provide ample amount of support, cover fire to make sure that Rig is just going to be knocked and not finished. T2K, they managed to preserve their numbers throughout this entire fight quite beautifully as well. And in the meanwhile, Magnus, they're down to the last player.
Yeah. Magnus, they had a similar amount of exit in the previous map. They were in the 11th position and they secured total 2 eliminations. But right now, only one player left. So again, that's not the ideal start for the team like Magnus. But you know what? I think that they're just trying to settle in. They're just trying to understand that how other teams are playing. Although they are aware of the fact that what type of approach T2K is going to follow. But this was an unorthodox play being made by Sandesh, because the grenade he lobbed just dropped perfectly where the players of Magnus is trying to go for the rush in and also the slam in, and that grenade just landed perfectly. But now we saw two of the teams in the lobby just left with only one player, and that's going to be Magnus and Seven. What Cena is doing? He's just being silent. He needs to be careful. Quantum range again. This is a team who needs a lot of points.
Yeah.
Because they are also struggling in action. No way. He might miss the action in the lobby, because he's the first one who just got knocked down. He might face the elimination too. Cena needs to be careful. Where's the backup? Where's the backup? Quantum range.
Well, Senior, he's done a brilliant job till now. Top has been, well, his HP bar has been chipped away as well. Senior is going to try and see if he can secure a little bit of extra damage onto the players of Stalwart Esports with the utility in his hands as well. But his team needs to rotate, and they need to rotate now. Oh, look at them. They are getting extremely lucky, as Stalwart is going to fall to the hands of a third party as well. And in a matter of seconds, what just happened? Stalwart Esports, after the run they had in the last game, well, They are eliminated in this game, and it's not just them. Aegon I8 have also been eliminated. Two teams at the same time.
No way.
Wow.
I'm surprised. No way. Cena is the one who initiated that fight, and Quantum Rage instantly annihilated the whole team. Oh my god, not giving them a single room to breathe. And also, I've been talking about this from a very long time, and that is MABETEX is very notorious on the map of Miramar and showcasing those notorious plays once again. Another fight just being panned out, and that's going to be T2K versus DRS. One of the players of DRS got knocked down, and now he's just facing the brunt. He needs to be careful. I think so. He is with the back, so the revival process is going to be quick and fast too. Sparky also out in an open area, just playing around those ridges, spots out the players of team DRS and also one of the important team, and that is the NB Esports. But he is right between those two teams, so he needs to be careful. If he makes any type of crazy play or any type of beautiful shenanigan, he might get punished there. So I see on the other side secure one pick, and that goes to Zeol. But no way, MABETEX. The vehicle explosion is enough. Wally just moving forward to finish off the two players who got knocked out by the vehicle explosion. Demotivated Sir might get crushed. And yes, he lost his life on against a buggy. MABETEX 6 total elimination in this map. And yes, the game plan is similar. The game plan is same. The result is still same. And the amount of aggression is still perfect. Team TUF finding out that they are in a whole world of trouble. Goku might unleash the Super Saiyan here, lob the grenade up against S2SFO. The chemical compound might break, and also the hopes of TUF. Anything can happen. Another fight might pan out near the water treatment plant. 7-Element again takes an exit on the 14th position. Haven't secured a single pick, and they face an elimination here. This is bad. This shouldn't happen. That's not a good sign. I am scared, and I am also wondering that how the teams who are playing on the edge, how they're going to enter inside the circle. This is not a good sign at all, Johnny. Although some of the teams, they are enjoying the elimination feed. They are enjoying the amount of eliminations they got, but they need to be careful because you still have 12 teams to beat. Although, like, in total 11, because I'm just going to count you two. So, if you want to get that chicken dinner, NB Esports being the smartest one here, hiding inside the compounds, IHC just right in front of them, playing just behind those huge, small mountains, by the way, small bridges. Still waiting for the fight to pan out, but I think so I have to wait for a bit long because every single one of them just waiting for the stage 4 to close in, the 4th zone to close in. Then they will decide that where they have to go and what's going to be their halt location. Kaz trying to spot out the player of IHC, but I like the player of IHC, how they're maintaining the distance and also collecting the information, the play, and the optimal approach. It's just perfect for IHC.
Yeah. Does have the mini sec. And you also have the 8x just pointed towards the players of Leo. Shots being fired, none connect. The players of Leo refusing to peek. Why should they? They have quite a wonderful position for themselves. All theirs, no one challenging them. While the players of NB, if they get distracted, they're going to feel the wrath of IHC. So they have to be cautious about the team approaching them. Zeol, he's not alone anymore. He has Godless next to him. Demo, in the meanwhile, is going to make sure he's going to keep his eyes peeled on the flank, but as Zeol tries to go for a nade, MABETEX from the distance do find an opening, and IHC, it seems, have made a mistake.
Yeah, this is not good for them. Zeol already got knocked out, but he got a quick revive. So I think so. They're just comfortable with this, but they have to be careful of two teams now, NB and Leo. So if Sandwich situation being made, they might lose out a lot of player. They might take an exit. But on the other side, we can see the players of MABETEX. No way! Every single one of them. The fights just gonna pan out. It's just gonna be crazy as hell. Because Johnny, MABETEX, they are looking very strong, already securing a huge amount of elimination point right off the bat, and also trying to eliminate another team. Kesa needs to be careful because he just tanked a bit amount of damage, and also it seems like he received a headshot, so his loadout also just going down. They need to be a bit careful though. But yeah, MABETEX, they know that how they're gonna maintain the distance and how they're gonna perform and how they're gonna just play around that.
We'll be seeing how their approach is going to look like as well. 4 teams eliminated from the game. Transitioning to the 5th stage of the zone. NB have sort of given away their control to the hill right in front of them to the lads of IHC as well, allowing them the warehouse, the exit routes. That is where these two teams will have to fight it out forcefully if the zone moves away from them, which there's a high probability it will. Regicide on the other side, now in a world of trouble as the zone, they find themselves on the edge. But look at this, IHC, it seems like we have forgotten about MABETEX, as MABETEX again put one of the lads on their knees. Roshan, I think not a lot for Regicide to do. They will eventually have to fight and contest the top of this hill against the players of Quantum Rage, who for now are looking extremely scary with how they dealt with the players of Stalwart.
But this can backfire. The approach from the players of Quantum Rage can backfire because they are in a 2+2 split. I know it's a tried and tested thing, but when you are up against this lobby, anything can backfire. You have to be careful of every single angle, though. You have a compound, why don't you just play around that? And I think that's the real approach from the players of Quantum Rage 2. But Godless, what a heroic move. He just dropped down from a Bucky and also drops out a player too. It seems like Leo might take an exit. It's going to be Sus, who is there, still on 100% of his HP, but he knocks out. He got knocked out. It's going to be Slipknot. He had done it in the past. He might do it again. But that Molotov, it's just narrowing out their approach and also the possibilities to survive. And Leo, the players, were not allowed to fire a single bullet and takes an exit. What a beautiful finish, I'd see.
Yeah, quite a wonderful finish, but they have to reset ASAP as the players of Highvoltage are headed in their direction, and this is going to be a troublesome situation for them. They have been sandwiched, of course, as you do see on the radar, a team towards their way, Highvoltage quite close, and of course, we also can't forget about MABETEX in the distance. They are going to be waiting to see who survives this triple threat match between these 3 teams, and I think there's going to be a high possibility that IHC are going to lose one more player, and if they do, the entire team is going to be eliminated in the next few moments, as they do not have a lot to work with. They're going to run out of utility soon. They have basically been spotted out by everyone around them. Magnus, in the meanwhile, team that was already few in numbers, are going to be wiped out completely, and we are now down to the top 10 teams of game number 2.
37 players, top 10 teams, as you just mentioned, Johnny. But the circle, it's going to be is the scariest part for the teams who are rotating from the southern side. I am amazed how Highvoltage just made their way into the circle and they're still moving forward. Teams are just allowing them to move towards a safer area, and don't do that because Highvoltage is one of the most scariest team. And also DRS, they also have a good footing inside the circle. They are almost controlling the center of the circle, but they don't have good amount of compounds, so they are just using those ridges and also those vehicles too. But 18 more seconds and the 5th zone will close, and then the 6th zone will form. Eliminate crew also playing on the edge, just being cautious. They have good amount of vehicles. They have the best loadout. Look at that M416 with a mini 14 and level 2 loadout. This is the perfect and a dream loadout you want in a Miramar map. But one more second and the circle move towards the center, and look at the players of MABETEX. Oh my god, a heavenly position.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a heavenly position, but will they be the devil for everyone else? That is what we have to find out. I mean, everyone is going to be in their vision. They're going to have all the information that they want to work with, but if you know where everyone is and you get too eager, then you can dig yourself in a very tough spot as well. Kind of like the players of Highvoltage at this point, who definitely do want to trade places with the players of DRS, but it is going to be a bit of challenge for them, as they will have to wait for their teammates to join them. It's a 2-2 split by the lads of Highvoltage DC that is causing them a little bit of pain for now.
DRS, they were the one who got punished in the early stage of this Miramar map, but look at the way they are they are very comfortable, by the way. Secure 4 elimination, and still every single one of them is still alive. By the way, Kyante were trying to just move towards the players of Highvoltage, and he received a hefty amount of damage. He has to fall back, and he is on the safest side. He is in a safe spot, but for how long? That's going to be the question. DRS in a 2+2 slot, and I think so. The players from 4MV might utilize this in their favor, because look at that Dock East. They both of them are just moving forward, and IHC takes an exit. What's going on? MV Esports, I thought they are in the safest spot, and now DRS is punishing them. No way, it's a triple threat.
Let's see though, as you mentioned, no way. It's going to be a triple threat for them. Doc, he's already down on his knees. East needs to try his level best to survive, but is going to take a lot of damage from the utility. It's down to around 75 HP, needs to go for the revive on his teammate as well, and the moment he does, DRS could have an opening, but rules, oh, this is going to be too much caution from the side of DRS. They will allow for MV to get their numbers back up, and this is not going to be good for DRS. They had the opportunity to try and go for a push. The numbers were in their favor as well. It's going to be a 3v4 now. Fight for this building. Cool, spotting out the player. New utility was being aimed towards him. Runs out of the spot. Try and protect himself. Will it be enough? For now, at least it is, but not anymore. As a miracle nade from 4MV's Doc is going to make sure Delta is going to be down on his knees, and his teammate Rules is going to fall as well. And look at that, DRS losing 2 players for just a small little decision-making mistake, which wasn't even like a genuine fault of theirs. At this point, with like the kind of players that you're facing, everyone's going to be extremely cautious about stepping out in the open like that. And 4MV, I think you give them an opening, they're going to take a yard. Maybe a mile. You give them a yard, they're going to take a mile.
Yeah. Oh no, and now DRS, they got stuck in a very awful spot. Look at that, Kyante! Just 1 pixel away from that Molotov. He's so lucky, but I don't know about his team, because he is also alone. Oh no way, the one more player from DRS falls down to the players of Assassin. Highvoltage, it's going to be Kyante himself. He's surviving till his last breath. 30 more seconds in the circle. It's just a bit far away from him. I don't know how Kyante will manage to survive this barrage of grenades, but he has to. He have to. Otherwise, he might face the brunt, or his team might face the brunt. But 4ME from the back, punishing the players of Highvoltage, and this is the switch. This is what the players of Team 4MB needed, and the divide and rule formula is working out pretty well for the players of 4MB.
I mean, for now, it is doing a brilliant job for them, but look at this Quantum Rage up against the players of T2K. Seog is going to be the last player standing for his team. He is in the crosshairs of LC, but the trade spray from both these lads does not connect on either one of them. Goku, along with LC, is going to make sure that Seog is not going to go anywhere. The 2 lads pushing in tandem. Senior joins them as well, and with the DBS in his hands, the shotgun is going to be deadly at the close range. Seog is going to run indoors, climbs up to the first floor, trying to avoid Quantum Rage. He's doing his best, he's trying his level best, but in this 1v3, we all know QR, they hold all the cards, and Seog, he does not really have a lot of options left. He's trying his level best to survive. But looking at the kill feed, look at that, 4MV going up against Illuminate Crew NB at the same time. There's a 3-team fight happening on the other side of the map at the exact very second, right? Oh, few pixels visible. Halsey, delay in reaction, and Seog is going to be grateful for that. A few seconds more he has.
Oh no, and look at that. That Molotov just blocked the way, but Halsey, nobody can stop him. In fact, and the whole team just pushing forward, and also finishing the final player of Team T2K. It takes an exit in the 6.75 elimination. I think so, a decent ending for them. But MABETEX, they are still surviving. The Goliaths on the Miramar map, they are still standing and up against the players of 4 Medical Wipes. This team secured the chicken in the previous map, and it seems like they're looking out for another. Quantum Rage facing the Bullets. They got pinned just behind those rocks, and 4 Medical Wipe refused. That's a huge move. If this works, Johnny, he might secure 2 or 3 picks in a row.
Let's see how many more can they get for themselves. MABETEX up to 11 now. All 4 players still left. I think Fist Boy is also going to fall. He's all alone. 2 players of MABETEX right in front of him. He's crawling like a desert snake, keeping his head low, close to the ground. It's not going to be enough. 12 eliminations for MABETEX. Just 3 more teams remaining, other than MABETEX, of course.
Yeah.
And then the game is going to be done. The other 2 teams, Illuminate Crew, they're down to their last 2 players. 4MV, 1 lad knocked out. East has gotten a revive, so they are down to their last 3 players. And QR is down to the final 3 as well. MABETEX sit there with all 4.
Looking very strong. And QR, no way they secure 9 elimination. Unlike the previous map, they have a really good footing on the map of Miramar. But if they be able to, defeat the players of MABETEX, they will definitely secure the chicken dinner here. But that's not going to be an easy task. That's not going to be easy as it sounds. But Doc needs to be careful. A grenade being lobbed in front of him. He survived that. He's still on 50% of his HP, but that Molotov, it's good enough to knock out Nova. Sky is still on ground. He is surviving, but Nova got taken down. Goku was just trying to act smart, was just trying to, steal that elimination, but won't be able to get that. The 13 more seconds, and we will see the 8th circle will start closing in. Sky is thrown down in an open area, still expecting that no one just push for towards him, but he needs to be careful. He has none. He has no utilities left in the backpack. I don't know how he's just going to survive. He just needs raw aim to survive in this battle.
Well, at this point in the game, you actually just need a miracle to win this game. It is the 9 zone, final few seconds, and then the zone is going to collapse. He is refusing to give up, putting up a lot of pressure on Goku from the side of QR, and QR, 2 players down, Halsey and Senior knocked out. Who will the kills go to? Both of them have been picked up by the players of 4M and Halsey. Well, his kill is going to go to the players of MABETEX. All right, 4M got the knocks, MABETEX got the kills. The numbers of MABETEX are just going up and up, down to the final 3 teams. 4MV with 3 players. We have the last player remaining from Eliminate Crew, who is Sky, stuck in that shack, and we know Doc is going to do whatever it takes to pick up that final point for his team. He runs in the smoke, shots connecting, but Doc, his blood almost backfired. He's on a pixel of HP, and finally does secure the finish. Ooh, staying alive for a few more seconds, but I think this game is pretty much done. Because of that push, Doc for a little while won't be able to engage in the fight. Or was I wrong? The moment I say the words, 4M, we find those knocks. And well, it looks like it's down to a 1 versus 1. The winner chicken dinner for this map of Miramar. It's Ben 10 against East. Ben 10 has the HP. He lobs a Molotov in that shack. It is his game. He runs out though in the open, going for a gun battle. He's going to go for this one. East on the other side has a UMP to work with. All right, both of them switching to the UMP. The perfect weapon for the mid-range duel. Juking behind the vehicle. East trying to find an angle. Ben 10 doing the same from behind that hill. And going for the spray. He's going to run out of ammo in this weapon. 8 bullets left. Going to go for a reload. The first aid kit, his last first aid kit, he's going to use right now. And East will have a few extra seconds. The angle is his. He's going to go for a peek. Damage is out on Ben, and Ben is going to be dropped. It is going to be 4MV. A back-to-back win. 2 wins back-to-back. Erangel is there. Miramar is theirs. And, well, it is a great start for them in the South Asia Championship Finals.
Oh, miracle vibes. What a miracle just happened. They stole that chicken dinner from the players of MABETEX. I've been talking about the team of MABETEX that this is their game. This should be their game because this is the strongest team on Miramar, and they faced a run against 4 Miracle Vibes. Wow.
Let's see if this is going to go on forever, or are we going to see them stop in the next match? But all is going to be discussed after this very short break. Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship 2023. This is Super Johnny, joined by Phoenix Sivansh right next to me. 2 games done, and both won by the same team. 4 Miracle Vibes doing a phenomenal job, stopping big names like MABETEX, who were on a roll in terms of getting those elimination numbers right in their tracks. And, well, of course, the back-to-back win is going to put them in a wonderful position now.
They were in the first spot after securing the Erangel chicken dinner, and now they're just solidifying that first position. And after getting the chicken dinner in the second map, to be honest, MABETEX, I've been talking about the play of MABETEX and also the thinking process. Their playstyle is very simple. They always punish those teams who just go for the late rotation, and also punish those teams who tend to play on the edges. But this time they go on the edge, and 4 Miracle were like, you know what? You just get a taste of have a taste of your own medicine. How is it? It's bitter? Yes, it certainly was.
Yeah, it was quite bitter for them. I mean, it was their fight to win. They had those knocks, but still just getting a little too over-eager to go for those revives and just committing to that shack a little bit too much. I think they should have just gone for the aim duels. 4MV would have definitely overcommitted and been reduced in numbers. But hey, whatever has happened in the previous game, it's done and dusted. Now all we can do is just look at the stats, count the points, and move on to the next game.
To be honest, it's gonna be very scary for the teams who just had a rough start of like today. Because the way 4 Miracle Vibes is playing, they were like, you know what, we're just looking out for the champions slot. We just want that world invitational slot, and that's it. And teams like Quantum Rage, they stepped up big time, by the way. They played very well. Although 4 Miracle Vibes got the chicken dinner, but which player got the MVP? Let's find out. And it's gonna be Magnus Esports Leo OP. 6 eliminations, 12,029 damage, and 2 assists, 6 knocks. That's a good number, and good conversion rate, by the way.
Yeah, that is definitely a good number. And it is going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, what the total tally for MABETEX is going to be like. Because last we saw them, they were there with 12 eliminations. And I think they got a few more before they were taken out. And if it was 12, then, well, 50% kill contribution coming in from Leo. If it wasn't, we're going to see what the total tally is going to be and what the contribution percentage is going to be. Nonetheless, the man did a brilliant job. 1,229 damage dished out by one player. That is always impressive.
That certainly is, but the top 5 players are going to be Doc. And again, Doc is being the consistent guy and Refuse too. Refuse had his moment when he was up against the players of Quantum Rage, and the way he managed to win that fight was just perfect. KC also secured 6 elimination from the players of MABETEX. These 2 players were just handling those elimination department very perfectly. Out of those 15 total eliminations, these 2 secured 12 out of those, so it's a huge number to talk about. By the way, it's a good start for MABETEX, so again, an ideal start for them. But in match summary, Wally got the highest assists. Leo also got the highest damage. It's 4 Miracle Vibes and also MABETEX leading the charge in match summary too.
Well. I mean, yeah, he is going to be there leading the charge in the match summary. But I think MABETEX moving forward, all they have to do is just replicate this performance of theirs, just replicate the numbers one way or the other. And they're going to be in good position by the end of the day. Definitely making sure that the momentum from the league stages has carried forward for them, and looking to do a brilliant job, kind of pulling up similar numbers to the players of 4 Miracle Vibes. 22 points secured from this matchup. MABETEX securing 21 points from this matchup.
Wow.
So it was a dominating performance from these teams. QR, Quantum Rage, 9 eliminations, phenomenal fights coming from them. They did quite brilliant. It was just that mid-game rotation did not really go their way, and it was quite unfortunate with the way they were caught off guard. But overall, they also had a pretty fun time. But look at this. Surprise, surprise. Last game, it was IHC who finished the match with 0 points. This time, it is Stalwart Esports who finished the game with 0 points.
At least like one of the Mongolians I need to bow down against like another, right? If MABETEX steps up, Stalwart Esports drops down. If 4 Miracle Vibes steps up, it's IHC who drops down. But at the end, it's always about the Mongolian team just dominating the lobby too. By the way, one more thing, and that is MABETEX secured 4 eliminations, 4 total points in the previous map, and 21 here. It sums up to total 25 points. That's a huge number. So if MABETEX just going to keep on maintaining this amount of average, they are going to be lethal team to be in the overall ranking.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to be a lethal team to beat. They were doing a brilliant job running into those fights. They were doing a pretty phenomenal job securing all of those points. And I think the situation was also laid out quite perfectly for them. They were constantly playing the blue zone, using it as a back shield and making sure that all of the teams, all of the individuals that were rotating late or were left behind by the others, they were picking up all of those scrabblers for themselves. But for Miracle Vibes, definitely, as you mentioned, one miracle after the other, 2 games back to back, hat-trick opportunity right in front of them. But as history would have it, and as we have seen it in the past as well, getting a hat-trick on the first day puts a massive target on your back for the rest of the matches. So I think for Miracle Vibes, going into the next game, will definitely expect enormous amounts of pressure to befall them. And they can get targeted during the mid-game rotations as well, also in the early game. But let's see. The exact opposite can also happen. Maybe the teams are going to be scared and they're going to try to avoid them at least for today and come back tomorrow, just reset, having broken down the strategies of those team fights.
To be honest, that game plan, I think so, it's not that good, right? Just dodging the players of 4 Miracle Vibe and giving them a free chicken in every single map. Just solidifying their lead and also just giving them a free slot. Yeah. That game plan sounds bad, Johnny. I don't think the team should go for that. Although, I would love to see how 4 Miracle Vibe just gonna keep on increasing their performance, because the way they played with on Erangel was good, but the way they played on Miramar was just awesome. And also punishing on your opponent's mistake is the best thing you can do, and they did the same thing in Miramar.
I mean, for sure. I mean, Erangel, it felt like the game was handed to them, but Miramar was earned. They were in a very tough spot, and with how MABETEX were approaching that final fight, I thought this was going to be their game and not 4 Miracles. But kudos to the lads having secured this win. And well, as we go on to the next Erangel, we all know what I'm going to say next. Hat-trick opportunity. Hat-trick opportunity.
18 in first, 22 in second, or maybe 26 in the third map. That's what I'm looking forward to. Total points, though. This is the only team who already touching the 40 total number. I think so, yeah. It's up to total 40 points. So 4 Miracle Vibes has a huge number of total points on the overall ranking. But this is just the start. And the next map, it's again the home ground of every single team. It's Erangel. So the start for some team, it's still going to be a little bit fresh for teams like 7 Elements. They just secured only 2 points, Johnny. They secured those 2 points in the first map, and that was Erangel and Risk. They secured 2 elimination rounds, and that's it. In the previous map, they end up pretty badly when they were forcing a fight against one of their similar region team, but didn't work out. It was I8.
I mean, you're worried about 7th Element. I'm worried about IHC and Stalwart. Stalwart did have a pretty fun time on Erangel, but it wasn't enough to now be anywhere close to the players of MABETEX, and especially the lads from 4 Miracle Vibes, who have created a big advantage for themselves. IHC on the other side, game number 1, they got 0. Game number 2, they got 4 eliminations, and that's it. 4 total points after 2 matches. And it can recover, it can all be recovered, but they have to perform in the next game, or maybe the Sanhok they have to secure. If they fail to do that, then they're going to be in a world of hurt, and they will definitely have to focus in on the matches tomorrow. Because, I mean, we all know the finals go by very quick. You just have 4 days and then it's done and dusted.
Yeah, you don't even able to react at what just happened. You have to be very quick to every single situation. You have to be very quick with every single question, and you have to answer it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might find yourself on the receiving end, just like IHC did. Because IHC, as just mentioned, I'm also concerned about them too. Because again, we all know this team tend to start slow, but if you can start this slow, this might affect you in the later stages of this championship, because as just mentioned, it's going to be 4-day affair. If you won't be able to collect a decent amount of average point per day, you might end up in the bottom 6 or maybe in the mid chart. So I don't want them to struggle like this, because again, IHC is the fan favorite team, dude. We know that what type of capability these players have.
I mean, for sure. I mean, as we've been talking about it, I mentioned it during the start of the show as well. This is the team that we all first heard of. These are the players that we all first heard of back in the days when the region of Mongolia got introduced as a part of the South Asian region, and that was our personal experience, and we were just impressed by the mechanical brilliance these players brought to the table, and that legacy has carried on forward till this very day. And I think that sort of motivated the other teams of South Asia as well to work upon certain things and improve in certain aspects of the game, and it was beneficial to us immensely. I mean, now look at how good South Asia is as a whole region. The players are doing phenomenal in terms of individual skill level on the global stages. The teams are doing a brilliant job, and I think at this point we just need to be consistent about this, and the improvement has been there. But the level of competition right now that these teams are being a part of, that is all where it begins, and because of that, it can definitely lead to a lot of interesting moments going into the next game. I think one of the teams that I hope definitely does recover is going to be IHC, as you mentioned, because of the kind of history that they've built in this particular region and the kind of history that they have for themselves. You always expect them to do good, but I think the challenge that 4 Miracle Vibes are bringing is kind of welcomed. I'm enjoying their performance. The way MABETEX was playing in the last game was brilliant. I want to see TUF step up again. TUF's first game was very nice for them. They got a lot of elimination. Last game, not so much.
Yeah, they end up in the 13th position, if I'm not wrong. They got eliminated a bit early. I'm just gonna blame the positioning and also a drop a little bit and also the circle. But to be honest, you have to be careful when you're rotating. You have to be careful whenever you are just trying to, rotate towards a, particular area. You have to be aware of your surroundings, what could happen and what could go wrong. You have to be prepared for everything, just like DRS did for like some amount when they faced the players of the 4 Miracle Vibes. But when they got banned by the players of Highvoltage, it just came to an end. It was the dead end for them. So you don't have to follow that same path. Although DRS secured total 4 elimination in the early stage of the map, which was a good sign for them. They might do the same. But again, the teams like DRS, as just mentioned, TUF, NB Esports, to be honest, again, this team also showcased signs of life, and they are doing decent.
Yeah, they're doing quite phenomenal for themselves. I mean, they're doing brilliant. And it is going to be super fun to witness them again in the next match. As we have mentioned it right when we came back from the break, map is going to be Erangel, 16 teams all set. The players are looking quite jolly start of the day. It seems like it is quite pleasant for everyone, but the trajectory of the play in this time, it is going to be starting from the southern part of the map. Northern side of the map and going towards the western side of the map. Alright, it's south to north. I just got the directions opposite. It was southwest to northeast. For some reason, I thought it was northeast to southeast. And fixes. Are you as confused as to what is happening in the first two in the matches right now? I mean, this level of domination by one team, did you expect this?
Well, to be honest, considering what happened in the ESA finals, no. But lately we've seen for Miracle Vibes making the steps in the right direction. And I think I must say they've come a long way. Because when you talk about a team like this, the way they used to play in the SA league stages, they used to, this was one of those teams that was all about going for bodies, right? They just went into every single fight, sometimes with blindfolds on their eyes, right? But this time, from the past couple of weeks, what I've been witnessing is they have been changing their style of play. You could see that maturity really kick in, right? Something that I think even Zeus, currently IHC, at one time took for granted. Something like what Stalwarts used to do pretty much when they were new to the scene. I think now we're seeing that happen, that transition happen to for Miracle Vibes, where you can see them. They're not being extra too aggressive, rather they're just playing for positions. And once they find that sweet spot, that is where they're going for those necessity fights. So, and as a result of which, you can see what's happening.
Yeah. Also fixes, by the way. Welcome back, man. It's been a while. We've been away from this South Asian PUBG Mobile scene for a bit now.
You have been away, Johnny. I've still pretty much been there. I think one
you and I haven't worked together in a while.
You and I, as a duo, have been out for a while. But now that we're back, I think it's time that we get our third boy in. I think it's better that the Three Musketeers get back into action.
Yes.
But talking about this current circle for what we're witnessing so far. The previous Erangel was quite open. It was a flatland circle. A lot of teams had trouble. We did see that curveball going down towards the ferry pair when we actually expected something to happen around the eastern sides of Quarry, right? A lot of teams were taken for a spin. I think one of them had to be Stalwarts, and quite unfortunate ending in the previous game as well. But this one, I think, Johnny, is pretty standard, something that we are, acquainted to. And I think teams are going to find a little bit of room in this one, and this is going to be quite grippy.
Well, yeah, it is definitely going to be gripping, especially, I mean, my eyes are going to be towards that western edge where MABETEX are. Based on how they were playing the previous game, I think their eyes are set, and they are also dead set on getting those elimination numbers up earlier on in the game. And they are in the perfect position to do so, as well as they try to go east to west. It is going to be NB who fall in their way. Quantum Rage is going to be in their way as well if they refuse to rotate early. But we do have DRS on our screens right now. Not really the start that they wanted, but I think they do have a lot of room to improve, especially it's just 2 games that have happened. They still have a lot more matches remaining.
Yeah, I think DRS, ever since that amazing feat that they achieved during the GC, they've sort of seen that little bit of a dip in the consistency. Lately, they've been making it to the top 4, but when you talk about, finishing on the pole position, that is something where they've been lacking on, and quite understandable, right? When you kind of have your hunger satiated, you've, come second, maybe just missed by the first. Could happen this time around also. But again, you cannot take the lobby for granted. And I think DRS are well aware of that. They cannot be quite complacent as well. But when you're talking about, SA, it has changed a lot, Johnny. I mean, a little bit of revision. Because you're coming after a long time. The zones have changed, the meta has completely changed. You might be seeing a lot of DBS just scattering around the lands, everybody kind of taking those close combat battles. So once I was doing the league stages of the SSC, we used to see a lot of those quick fights. But this time, suddenly coming into the finals, I kind of see that teams are playing, exercising a lot of caution. And that sort of, forces me into thinking, yeah, they're all serious about the finals. They realize that this is where they have to secure as many points as possible.
I mean, you're right on point fixes. I mean, it's been surprising the first 2 games because I've noticed a lot of teams just go for individual picks rather than go for complete 4v4s. In those team fights, and I think that did not used to happen the last time I was here. And the DBS situation takes me back all the way to the PMPL South Asia Season 2 and 3 when the weapon was just introduced in the game, and it was quite heavily being used, especially on the maps of Sanhok. And I think this new way of going for those or in fact forcing those duels wherein you have a shotgun, the other guy knows you're coming towards him with an automatic shotgun. He just has two options. He is either going to take the fight, try and fight it out with you, survive the duel, or be eliminated, or he can just sit there waiting for you to run towards him, shooting in the face, and then get eliminated. And I mean, forcing your opponent to step out in the open, especially when you have your teammates backing you up, I think that can definitely put these teams into advantage. But I think because of that, those overcommitments and sort of that amount of importance being given to just committing towards those fight and securing those finishes, it is going to be a little bit of a challenge for these teams to just to make sure that they survive till the end game stages. I mean, for the last 2 matches, we have had the same team, 4MV, step up brilliantly, and they always do that towards extremely late in the game.
And this is not something that even the viewers will, it's kind of very difficult for everyone to digest at this point, because for Medical Vibes, if you're talking about a complete turnover, they've done that. Because I remember the For Medical Vibes, they used to be one of the most aggressive teams, right? Every single game, you look at them, they're going for like 14 or 15 eliminations. 9 or 10 is the bare minimum for them. That's the standard that they've set. But now you're seeing them, close those games with 8 to 10 eliminations. And the best part is that they are also getting the chicken dinner. which kind of forces you to think, because if they kind of get a chicken in this one, if that's going to be a hat trick, this kind of pushes us to wonder if they have really cracked the code, because lately they've been scrimming a lot against the South Asian teams. And what was the change with the SA and the SAC? That was the introduction of the Pakistanis as well. And seeing a lot of Pakistanis fall already in the group stages now, coming into this one, you just have a handful of them remaining. Not a lot of them, performing to their utmost potential. That is where, you feel like, yes, this is a tournament that for Miracle Vibes, they're going to be the hot favorites.
They're going to be the favorites for now, but let's see, game is going to transition into the mid-game stages now. The zone number 1 is going to close in about 40 seconds. Aegon I8. Game number 1 was quite nice for them. Match number 2, not really theirs. We do have Blade on our screens right now, quite close to the players of Highvoltage. The vehicles being moved around. We'll give the information to the opposition as to where Uzum is going to go.
Right.
Just the general direction, though. I think Aegon I8, they're going to completely avoid any contact with anyone up until the mid-game. Up until Zone 4, Zone 5.
Now, this is where I kind of did say, right? It's kind of a standard circle. Everybody is aware of it. So now you're not going to see those early fights breaking out. And considering the fact that these are the finals, then, teams are going to be a little extra too careful. And a few of them have already had quite a rough start. I think this is one of those games where the other big dogs, the likes of IHC, the likes of Stalwart, they come in because, we've sort of been missing IHC. They've been making a lot of changes in their rosters, and seems like they're kind of still missing that extra jigsaw in the puzzle, something that, completes them. Because for Miracle Vibes, now again, coming back to them, this is one of those teams where every single player can hold off on his own backs, right? You leave, let's say you leave Doc on one side, East on the other. Everybody is capable of getting those individual frags, and the positioning is also so nice. The spread is really nice. Now, along with for Miracle Vibes, now this is one of those teams that showed maximum potential during the SF finals, right? I was quite impressed with NB Esports, especially the star player Sek. For a moment I felt this guy was absolutely cracked. But then again, we've sort of been missing out on that sort of consistency that you're supposed to, expect from these young lads. Now, once they kind of figure that one out, once they get into their groove, I think I'm pretty sure NB Esports, Johnny, this is also one of those teams to be feared.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they are one of those teams to be feared, as you said. But for now, I think fear is going to be instilled into the players of Quantum Rage, especially Helsi, as he saw the players of T2K running towards him. He's going to run towards Sparky. They're going to try their level best to lob as much utility towards the players of T2K to deter this push. Jane, he's holding the flank, sees Goku moving towards his right, jumps inside the wall. The compound is going to be contested. This squad house is what these teams are going to fight for. And this fight for now is in the favor of T2K, as it's only Jane and Rig who are going for the push. And by the time Sandesh reaches there, his players they will have fallen. Rig does not have HP. He has an Uzi in his hands, but he does not have enough HP to actually go for the peak. The moment he sees Helsi, finds the right timing though. Helsi looking in the opposite direction makes a massive mistake, and he's going to have to pay for it with his life. Things turn around quite nicely for Train to Kill, as one after the other, blunders are being made by the players of Quantum Rage, and well, they have all of a sudden lost everything in this game. It's just their last player, Goku, who's left alive.
Oh my goodness, that's a disaster. To be honest, I mean, at this point, Quantum Rage, they were looking so confused. You could see that it was so haphazard for them. And for a moment, I felt like they could really come back into this. But letting Rig get away with murder, that wasn't acceptable. As Sandesh just goes in, gets the final nail in the coffin, and down go Quantum Rage, buried. But at this point, this is a very nice push coming in from T2K. They realized they need this position, and, objectively they were thinking this is right. And for now, I mean, maybe they must be second guessing upon it. It's still not inside the circle. They will have to move in, and considering the fact that they've already lost out on Jane, but that's still understandable, right? They've already secured 4 finishes to their name at the cost of just 1 player. And considering, you know, how these new point structure has been favoring these teams who are really going, you know, elimination heavy, I think this is a good news for T2K, and I must say a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, definitely quite promising, as you mentioned, after that, after the way they dealt with that fight. But let's see, I want to see how far they can go in this particular matchup. And BO on the other side, struggling in their own rights against the players of Highvoltage. What? Assassin, brilliant nade, takes 2 down and finds the 3rd as well. The man is enough for the entire team. 4 eliminations, NB Esports wiped out. And he does not break a sweat.
Oh my goodness, I just can't believe my eyes what's going on, because this is good stuff coming in from Highvoltage DC, especially with the recent run of form that they've been having. Now look at the squad, look at the roster, you know, you're talking about the OGs, quite some promising talents out there, and they haven't really been delivering the way they kind of look strong, right? And getting into fights like this, taking down some big Mongolian teams is gonna instill that kind of a missing confidence. And lately, even in the first game of Erangel, I found Highvoltage DC looking quite good, right? Especially the way they were forcing out fights, they were going in for the push. I think that was one fight against Aegon I8 where they were absolutely phenomenal. And you know, this goes on to show that as a team, how much they've been putting in the work. But Assassin, he's a cut apart, right? In this entire fight, he just single-handedly, of course, he did have some support from his teammates, but you know, those 4 eliminations, they go to his name, and goes on to show that Assassin still has a lot of fuel left in his tank.
Yeah, I mean, pulled off a 1v4, was sitting there just laughing in his chair and made it look like no big deal. Oh, the man is a legend for a reason, and I think that should give a good amount of confidence boost to the players of Highvoltage over there. Problem is that T2K now have their eyes set on those compounds. T2K also in quite a decent position in the zone 4 now, but if the shift is not going to be in their position, then they could have been in trouble. But lucky for them, the zone is still on top of them.
Looking at this particular circle, I kind of really fancy Regicide's chances as well. Now, Regicide is one of those teams not a lot of people talk about. But TUF, like you said, you know, those final few days in the qualification stages of the SSC were quite good for TUF, especially the final one. Now, with IHC just kind of hovering around them, you can feel that the urge of getting inside the circle. Not a lot of, you know, spaces are open. You know, there's just that one compound that's still up for grabs. Now, the big question is, do IHC have enough information? But look at Stalwart. They decide to breach in through Highvoltage DC as Aegon I8, they come barging in at the same time. You know, 3 squads, you know, just located around the apartments area. Now, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah, it is going to be a bloodbath indeed, and it has all begun with Blade from Aegon I8 touching the dirt with his knees. Assassin, he's going to have to be extremely careful as Praveen has split up from his team. Cloud is still there with Assassin. Stalwart in one building, T2K. Rig was knocked out, but he's going to get a revive from his team. There's, well, these 3 teams are going to be joined, I believe, by the 4th in the distance. We do have one more team from the school compound keeping an eye on this entire situation. But, alright, so the only thing that's going to stop this entire fight is the fact that this is quite a nice little safe haven for all of them at this point inside the zone. And until the next shift actually abandons this school and school apartment position, all of them can be safe. But Stalwart, oh, vision changes focus, and now they, well, their crosses are positioned towards the players of IHC. One knock has been secured. Alex is behind the building. He's hiding. Demo is there, but Stalwart, I think, all they can do is just make sure IHC don't move anywhere anymore. They have good cover. There's a lot of distance between the two. IHC should be comfortable.
Yeah, I think for Stalwart this time around, I think they have to be, you know, pretty cautious about every single movement of theirs, because now they just can't be tunnel vision, right? They just can't keep on pressing IHC, because that sort of opens them up to, you know, shots maybe from T2K or maybe from Highvoltage DC. Might as well, you know, Aegon I8 also chime in. But seems like Stalwart are all over the place. And this is one of those players, Nirzed, you really need to watch out for this. if Stalwart are your current SA champions, right? Mirzet has a very pivotal role to play in that. Now, 7th Element, one of those teams coming in from Pakistan. It's their first PMPL. They are having a dream run over here. And they've been playing really well, made it to the finals. But now, this is where we're seeing them finally getting tested. And this is where we're seeing, those doubts creeping up in their mind. Till the point, look at them just restricted to that one little shack. And, just being hammered down, not just by Highvoltage DC. You see Stalwart also taking shots at them. You also see that, IHC, they're also capitalizing on that situation. I do not see a world where they walk out of there alive.
Well, yeah. This is going to be quite difficult for them to pull this miracle off. Talking about miracles, look at Miracle Vibes controlling that southwestern edge of theirs quite beautifully and playing along the edge of the zones. Could potentially go for a few picks on the place of Illuminate Crew right next to them, but I think priority number 1 is going to be given to just getting access to the circle, finding another edge to hold on to. Fight between the 4 teams in School Apartment coming at a standstill as all 4 of them are trying to deal with the outsiders approaching their spot. Seems like Stalwart, they're getting a little bit restless. Wanting to find those points a bit earlier on in the game.
For a team like Stalwart, to be honest, at this point, I think the way they are, they should be, kind of just looking out for a few freebies here and there. Because there will be a moment when the circle takes that next shift and somebody is not going to be inside the zone anymore. And considering the position that they've held onto, I think that's the second best spot. Unless and until somebody just decides to go in for a death push like the UF are doing right now, I don't see them, losing any sort of ground over there, as they were completely confused. And just in the blink of an eye, they are outside of the server as DRS trying to, just get in when the iron is hot, as Rig cooks up that grenade, will lob it into perfection and will not just find 1 or maybe 2 or maybe he's gotten 3 as Rules the final player surviving, and he might meet the same fate. Still does have a lot of fight going on, but Rig, what was that? What's going on with grenades and these Nepali teams, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, extremely precise with their utility, and that was a nade 1v4, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We hardly have ever seen that. I mean, I've been here for almost like 4 years now, and that's the first one I've seen. It was impressive from Rick, but this has to be very confusing for the 2 teams that have just been wiped out. Fixes. Imagine a second ago you were just trying to approach the building thinking, oh, it's just going to be a normal easy 4v4, we're going to win that fight. And the worst was for TUF. They ran it through 4 teams, and every time they just lost bodies before they made it to their final destination. They were just finished off. But now T2K against Stalwart, action knocked out, but Nirzad and IC are there. Revive is going to be quite easy for them to secure on action, and he's going to be back on his feet. But now they go for the elimination on the final lad that is holding their building. Rig in a world of trouble. The 2 players are running towards him at a very high pace. He does dish out some damage. Oh, almost secures a knock as well. But now T2K, they're going to be sent back to the lobby by the hands of Stalwart, as Stalwart have finally secured 3 elimination points.
No, this is much better. Much better from Stalwart Esports. They're just not gonna, go unhinged right now. They're, completely just making the moves when it's absolutely necessary. No unwanted movements over there. Looking for that next circle shift. That sort of decides the flow of this game. So far, it's about these teams desperately tying in as Magnus and Leo Esports, they go up against each other. Trades coming in, left, right, and center. Dami having a little bit of that high ground advantage. He needs to capitalize on that. Did spot out Zayn, but that little smoke is kind of keeping him alive for now. As Illuminate Crew, they decide to chime into this fight, as now it is a trifecta of death and destruction, as Sky and Wolfis will be mopping the floor upstairs, as now they set their eyes on just the lonesome survivor of Magnus. That is going to be Zen, who is hiding inside that little hut. But how long can he do that? Once the smoke dissipates, I'm pretty sure Illuminate will want to make that move, and I believe Noah has a rough idea of where Zen is positioned.
Yeah, I think they do. Wolfis, look at him. He's going to go for the flank. Oh, big mistake. He was going to go lob a Molotov to try and flush Zen out, but Wolfis is going to be knocked out. And that is the little bit of a breathing space for Zen. It's again a 1v2. Viper, he needs to be patient. Don't go for the push. Wait for your teammates, lad. But no, Zen gets a little too over-eager, tries to run in the smoke, go for the fight, secures the second knock, has lost a lot of HP. Viper is dropped down to around 50 HP. Zen is around 30. But the last shot from Viper as he went around the corner does connect on Zen. And now Zen is not going to be in this game anymore. He's going to be in a state of Zen as Magnus, they have been eliminated from the game. Illuminate Crew just managing to hold their bearings in that clutch moment, especially Viper pulling this off. Is just going to make sure that the team is going to be in this matchup till the late stages. 6 eliminations secured by the lineup, so off to a pretty decent start.
And look between all of this for Miracle Vibes, right at the epicenter. I would not call it the best spot right now, because you kind of are subjected to shots from multiple directions. But I think for Miracle Vibes, they're playing it very carefully. They realize that this is not the point where we start forcing fights. Rather, I think this is a perfect time where we kind of defend our territory. Now, history has been a testament of the fact that the circle usually goes away from those cities, right? Now, we're going to expect the zone go out of apartments, maybe somewhere where maybe MABETEX are situated, because MABETEX have a huge control of that northeastern territory. And I think Stalwart, they're aware of the same. Now, the moment I think it goes towards maybe MABETEX or IHC could also potentially go towards 7th Element, who, by the way, Johnny, are still alive and breathing.
See, you almost were done with your sentence, and I think Illuminate Crew had some other plans, but no, 7th Element, in a 7th Element of their own, do manage to secure the finish on the remaining players of Illuminate Crew, as Illuminate Crew have been eliminated from the game. Now down to 8 teams, 27 players still alive, 7E down to their last player, and MABETEX have the exact location. But Baron needs to be extremely careful, since their team is also going to be quite exposed the moment their location is revealed. And, well, they don't really have a lot of options out of there as well. Since this is a school position, apartments area, it's going to be extremely difficult to contest. It is an open run that they have to make in order to survive and in order to gain some cover for themselves. But let's see. All right, quite unfortunate for them. I guess Aegon I8, 4MV, Stalwart, and Highvoltage DC, along with the Regicide, are extremely lucky. They have cover and they have the zone as well.
You know, at this point, MABETEX and IHC, both of them have to thrive on chaos. They will have to hope that, you know, Stalwart or Highvoltage DC, they get into a fight with maybe somebody like for Miracle Vibes, because otherwise getting inside the circle, that is literally impossible unless and until they pull out a, you know, rabbit out of their magic hat. Because at this point, being outside the circle, they will have to find a few knocks here and there. And maybe that one loose area could be barging upon Regicide store. I think for MABETEX, that is going to be the key. But seems like one of their players who was on that flank position has been spotted out. And likewise, we predicted IHC, the moment they get out of their compounds, Stalwart are there to greet them with a lot of bullets.
Well, let's see. Are they going to expect this bullet? This greeting with open arms, or are they going to, resist it for a few moments? Roshan, what are you doing? I think mates are just waiting for each other to get into positions. But they will have to be cautious as they go around these buildings. Aegon I8 is waiting for them on the other side. Uzim is going to cook up a nade. It's going to be quite difficult to connect for Miracle Vibes engaging fight against Stalwart. The opening MABETEX we're looking for is there. Look at them going for a push on the players of STE as STE were distracted by the players of 4MV. And, this opening is going to be there for MABETEX, but they blunder this up on the entry as Kisei is going to be knocked out by the nade from IC. And IC, this was an impressive hold, just a delay for a few seconds, and MABETEX are stuck in the open. They're stuck between STE and IHC now.
Yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and nowhere to run or hide. And there you go. Icy delivers in these cold moments, and this is one of those players you can always rely on. MABETEX already reduced down to 2 players. Of course, Benten has to go and get his players back alive, but no, gets spotted and shot down by Icy as the final player. W survives as Nirzet. He's gonna administer that first hit as Icy is out for blood, and he has to be careful because IHC still haven't made their move. MABETEX in the meanwhile trying to get as many bodies alive as possible. I think one of their players will get the rest back up, but seems like MABETEX won't be spared. But still, W putting up a fight. Action has been done and dusted. Icy just goes charging in. Oh, W, he fought till the end. Did manage to hurt Stalwart, and yes, indeed, IHE, this is the golden chance for them to go in, commit for the push, and I believe they are doing exactly that.
I mean, yeah, they're doing a brilliant job, and for MV as well, it is a brilliant opportunity for them to actually go for a hat-trick chicken dinner, since now Stalwart, they are left bleeding. The last move from the last surviving player of T2K, I mean, it was, MABETEX was impressive. We made sure that he was going to make sure Stalwart was left bleeding even after that fight, and down to the last player we go. I see final man left between his team and elimination on the 6th position as well. After the way this day is not really going well for them, he's lobbed the nades on the stairs. That is going to stop the push from the players of 4MV as he runs upstairs to try and protect himself. The spray from Falak does connect Buddy, last player left standing. But Buddy, how long are you going to be standing behind that crater, and how long are you going to survive? Not long enough. Blade is going to be there with the nade, and that is going to be it. Regicide eliminated from the game. We're down to the top 5 teams. 14 players still alive.
Debo and Godless, the 2 surviving souls of IHC, against all the odds, they have somehow made it. Now look at Formerical Vibes, look at Refuse. I do not know why has he come to this place. I think Formerical Vibes, the entire idea is about controlling as many territory as possible. If they have control over those 2 apartments, I think should be better, but sort of opens him up to pushes from the other players, because now Apex and Doc, these 2 players have to deal with the entire force, entire contingency of Aegon I8. Now the question arises, are they prepared for that? And this is not good news for Miracle Vice, as Refuse, he's been dealt with by Godless. Finally Godless waking up when it was required, as Apex, I think he has to survive the onslaught of Aegon I8.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to try his level best to see if he can survive this. And if he can regroup with Doc, I think that is going to be much better for them. Oh, but Stalwart, Nirzet and Icy, they managed to stay alive for so long. Apex, oh, he does find the opening. Falak is going to be finished off. And Doc is there as well. 2 DBSs in their hands. The crossfire is set as well. The nade does damage Apex, but Doc is left extremely healthy. No damage inflicted on him. Means he's going to be there covering up the stairs for his teammate. Aegon I8 still extremely cautious. IHC on the other side eliminated, and we're down to the top 4 teams of this game. Fixes, do you think for Miracle Vibes they can pull off the miracle and secure the hat trick?
You know, at this point, anything and everything is possible, because Highvoltage DC, look at that. Finally, they've just come out of their hiding. Seems like they're opening up as Icy is being dealt with. Comes down to Nirzet. The smoky path has already been deployed, but Uzum outright in the open did not see Problem coming in from miles afar as Doc gets out, but quickly realizes the danger that lies ahead of him, as just like that, for Miracle Vibes, this time eliminated at the 4th position, leaving us with the final 3. It is going to be Highvoltage DC going after the final surviving member of IQ, and Nirzet, he's up against the wall in that 1v3 situation, and there you go. Highvoltage DC, courtesy of them holding this apartment's area for quite a long time, exercising a lot of patience, finally paid off in dividends with that winner chicken dinner coming into their name, instantly bolstering up to that 2nd position with 15 elimination points. Johnny, what a game it was.
They just had one of the best possible starts you could ask for within the first 3 games of finals beginning. I mean, it was the dream game that they wanted, but they need to make sure that this match is going to be followed up by another brilliant one. Is that going to happen? Well, we'll find that out after this very short break.
Welcome to Dynaground! Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin! Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG MOBILE Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship 2023. This is Super Johnny, joined by my man Fixes right next to me, and we just witnessed an amazing performance from the players of Highvoltage on Miramar. And Fixes, as you broke it down right after the match, just the fact that they were in the right position, and also the fact that their decision to just be patient while everyone else was busy fighting amongst themselves worked out quite nicely for them in the previous game.
It certainly did. I mean, I was quite surprised watching the players already taking over those rooftops. I think that was one of those compounds that the players of Stalwart were holding, and suddenly you see towards the end, and we did not see a lot of commotion from their side, but they were constantly just pressuring, hammering down teams. I think a lot of those teams coming in from the likes of 7th Element, even most of the IHC players. I think, Highvoltage DC, they were dealing with them. And towards the end, I think they control the situation really well. And it takes a lot of cojones in doing that. But again, if you kind of break down this particular game, it was quite surprising to see one of those circles kind of finally ending around apartments. Just when we kind of thought that the circle is going to go out. But also we witnessed some individual brilliance from a lot of players in this matchup as well.
I mean, for sure. Especially one of those lads has to be Assassin. We saw an incredible fight from him right at the start, well, in the middle of the game, and I think from there the squad of Highvoltage looked quite solid. He did recover quite nicely as well, made sure his teammates were going to be safe during that entire fiasco, and I think that moment also created a little bit of a fear in the other teams that were holding the compounds around them, because Stalwart was there, Aegon I8 were there to witness that fiasco as well. For Miracle Vibes were there as well in the compounds nearby, and I think Highvoltage just winning that 1v4 allowed them a little bit of breathing room. They knew no one was going to try and approach them instantly, because everyone was also focused on the teams that were approaching those school apartments from the rear, from the open fields towards the west as well. And I think they just were very precise with the timing of every single engagement. But let's see. All right, quite obvious, the man can pull off a 1v4 and can, of course, take the MVP in the same game. 8 eliminations, 856 damage dished out.
Yeah, I mean, starting off, he goes off with those 4 elims on the players of NB Esports. I think certainly Assassin questions were definitely getting raised if he's past his prime. I think that's a very solid answer to all the critiques, and watching Assassin make it back to these MVP spots, I think kind of fills our heart with joy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just as you mentioned, I mean, just seeing him be the best and still be one of the greatest players from his region, does bring happiness to me. I mean, we've been seeing him for years now. IC is still there as well. He's also doing a brilliant job, as we do see him in player focus with 5 eliminations, 801 damage dished out. Rig having a wonderful game. T2K also having a pretty nice game and a start and a run in the tournament. 823 damage dished out. We have Praveen from Highvoltage, so Assassin and Praveen working in tandem, making sure their team walked away with a lot of points. IHC Godless. It's been a while, but hey, along with us, the man has returned to the list of top players.
Oh yeah, I mean, how could you just keep him away? And especially, it kind of surprises me that IHC made it this far, because when I was kind of expecting them to be picked off pretty early on, they kind of were very careful with every single move that they took. Towards the end, they kind of capitalized on the other teams fighting it out amongst each other. And one of the Achilles heels for IHC was the fact that they were out of vehicles. And if they had that, maybe this could have also been their game. But certainly, feels good to see all these old players coming back and redeeming themselves. And this sort of goes on to show that the SC Championship is just not about the new talents, right? It's also about the old talents proving their potential.
Well, I mean, talking about potential, I want to see where will the teams end up potentially after this game, because we know Highvoltage DC is on the second, and I think even after not such a great performance, 4 Miracle Vibes still do in fact walk away with those 7 points from this match, so I think they're still going to be on the first position. But I wonder what the fall off for the other teams is going to look like after this game. Stalwart Esports have recovered something, walked away with 15 points in match number 3. IHC walking away with 9 eliminations, so they are getting better and better match by match, and I think that is exactly kind of what Sivansh meant in the early stages. But look at this. The overall rankings for MV number 1, Highvoltage number 2, MABETEX falling 9 points behind instantly. Wow.
Okay. But still, one good thing about MABETEX is they're kind of vying on consistency. I kind of been liking how they've been playing today. They've been very careful. They've been trying to get as much area as possible. But yes, when the zone's kind of against you, what can you possibly do? But we want to see more of Highvoltage DC. I think the best part about them so far has been how much eliminations they've been getting. Look at that, 29. Yes. It feels like, they're one of those Mongolian forces that have come out to annihilate everybody in the lobby. But as we go further down, a few surprises, the big names, DRS Gaming at the 12th position. Now, the placement points are where they thrive at, but I'm pretty sure they're going to have nightmares of how Rig just destroyed them solo.
I mean, for sure. And anytime they see his name they're approaching a team, they see one of the players going down, and if that one player securing a knock was Rig, I think they're going to be instilled with all that fear again. But I think that is the point. Next, in jumping into the next game, you have to make sure that you reset yourself mentally if you haven't had a great game, and try and focus on getting a few points at least on the next game. I think that is what IHC are doing. The first match, they were there with 0 points total accumulated. They got eliminated super early, no elimination, so they walked away with 0 points. Next match, they're like, all right, let's get a few points. They walk into early fights, secure 4 eliminations, and then themselves get eliminated super early as well. But they walked away with 4 points. This game, they try to get a few more placement points in the mix. And the improvements is there. And I think slow and steady improvement can be beneficial to a lot of these teams. But you know who doesn't have to be slow? You guys. Go right ahead. We have the in-game event running for the PMWI in-game All-Star Invitational. And for that, you guys can vote for your favorite teams. The voting lines are going to be open. You guys can earn a lot of juicy rewards for yourselves as well, so don't forget about that. Well, I guess we're going to wait for the WI to happen to see who you guys voted for.
Surely. And you can see, we've got a few options. We have one from South Asia and one from Pakistan. So it's pretty interesting considering how, PUBG Mobile is getting pushed in Pakistan. We're having those separate PMPLs from quite some time. Now an individual slot also coming out goes on to show that South Asia and Pakistan having 2 different slots means 2 representations from South Asia. I think that sort of fills our heart with joy. But yes, now Johnny, it's time for Sanhok.
Ooh, I mean, the map that brings with it the most chaos inside of the game. Map control becomes a priority, but just the fact that the map is extremely small, you have to contest it one way or the other. You can't take a passive seat in this particular map, unlike you have the option of doing so on Miramar, wherein you can just, if you're lucky enough and you're anywhere inside the zone, you can just hold on to your position for a while. On Sanhok, either someone's going to be pushing you or you're going to be pushing someone. There is a very little downtime in this particular map, and that is one of the reasons why we used to enjoy it the most. Also, snakes. Enjoyed the snakes as well.
Yeah, I mean, the players don't have the best time around that, but Sanhok lately has been witnessing some really ridiculous circles, especially when you have those western zones. It gets so difficult, it gets so tight, for the other teams to kind of enter in, breach in. And if we are kind of having a default circle somewhere around maybe Painan or situated around Paradise Resort, we get back to the old meta, then things might be different. Now with the inclusivity of a lot of TBS, and not just TBS, Shawnee, we're getting a lot of S12Ks in action also. I think I kind of miss the SMG meta days where you kind of saw a lot of vectors running in Sanhok. I think this is one of the C teams, BT. They used to do a lot of it, and I haven't seen a lot of the other SA teams kind of following up on that.
I want to say one thing though. I disagree with the circle thing that you mentioned. You want to see as the older meta circle. Dude, we used to be there regularly during the older meta, and we used to beg for Western circles, like, please get us Camp Alpha, please get us somewhere close to Ruins or anywhere towards the southwestern part of the map. Now at least we are getting a lot of interesting circles on Sanhok. Why are you complaining?
Now, because it's the daily norm, right? It's kind of become mundane that we get to see Western circles every other day. Now, imagine you just have one Sanhok and you get Western circle even today, maybe tomorrow you're gonna get one, and at a point it becomes boring. That's where you kind of start hoping for the other circles. Especially after lately we've seen a lot of changes being made, especially the zone shifts that has happened. I think the healing meta is completely thrown out of the window now. Now all these teams have to cook up a lot of different strategies to kind of enter in. Now we kind of opening all these teams up to fighting. Gone are those days where you had like 7 to 8 teams kind of just waiting outside the circle, just patching each other up. So those days are long gone. Now looking forward to Sanhok, it is going to be absolute carnage, bloodbath, whatever you may call it.
Yeah. I mean, oh boy, have we gone a long way from Sanhok being the bloodiest map of the game, wherein you would see the most amount of fights to being the map where no one would fight at all, just bandages. It was the map that became the healing map, and now back to the map that where most number of fights take place. So we've gone a complete circle, but let's see if that is what is going to happen with the teams, as well as we will be jumping into the game in a few short moments. And I think do you think 4 Miracle Vibes will be able to recover the lost momentum? I mean, they were doing quite well. They did quite decent in the last game as well. And they've proven themselves on Erangel and Miramar, at least for today. Do you think they're going to take this first Sanhok as well?
Oh, certainly, yes. I think there's no second thoughts about it. For Miracle Vibes, what really matters for them right now is not to lose the grip, right? Still, a top 3 finish is pretty much pretty decent for me. And I think from here onwards, all the way they need to go is upwards. As ladies and gentlemen, we charter into the rainforest of Sanhok. As Johnny, he's gonna be taking a little bit of a break over here, quite tired from these long matches of cars. As I'm gonna be joined by our sweet Shadow. And Shadow, you've been watching the matches from the sidelines. How have things been going so far?
Oh, for 4MV, first of all, thank you so much, Fixers, for the lovely introduction. And about the things going so far for the players of 4MV, they are having a fantastic run. And seems like 4MV, they have recovered from the league plays, because now they have got 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Even the players of Highvoltage DC, they are faring so well. They are so consistent. And in this game, if we again see a Camp Alpha circle, maybe this can be a chicken dinner for the players of Highvoltage DC. If not chicken dinner, at least a very good gameplay that is going to help them in maybe propelling up in the ladder, or maybe toppling over the plus of 4ME in the overall standings. But for now, 7th Element are also in the close vicinity, and Highvoltage, they're very well aware of it. Highvoltage DC, they have been on the receiving end of those drop collisions since the start of PMPL South Asia. On the other hand, talking about Painan, we have the players of 4MB, but the question is where the 4 circle is going to be, and looks like the players of DRS not having the best of the time. But it was Quantum Rage, I think. They get the first blood. And DRS Delta, so far away from his teammates, has already been dealt with. And this time, again, we have complete Western Circle. It can either be a Ruined Circle or maybe a Camp Alpha Circle.
You know, I don't know why. Why are the teams adamant on picking up a fight against Stalwart right from the start of the game? We all know what fate awaits them, but right now, Highvoltage DC got in a little bit of a pickle over here as 7th Element. They just are swarming around Malik. At this point, I'm kind of starting to wonder if they're aware of his position. One good thing 7th Element they're doing is they're kind of pushing in tandem. They're kind of sticking to each other. So let's say even if one of the players gets dealt with, the other is there to get the trade-offs, as Malik just gets readied up, coiled up, ready to strike. But seems like 7th Elements, they're showing no interest in going after him. Could have been a freebie, but they let him pass. And now, maybe they might just get punished, because now, as you can see on the minimap, you know, Praveen was just trying to poke them, kind of draw their attention, while Malik is slowly slithering his way around Ashraf.
Oh, Divine, poor Divine, just a tree trunk to the cover and onto Prabeen. But Divine, he has a good position, he has a height advantage as well. And now Highvoltage DC Prabeen needs to be a bit careful. One wrong peek, one glimpse, and Divine with the M416 is ready to take his head off. At the same time, that split that is coming from the side of Highvoltage DC, agree they do have backup to each other, set up a good crossfire. But if a knock comes in, even for the plus of 7th Element, if a knock comes onto Divine, I don't think there is any chance of a revival coming in anytime soon.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, Highvoltage DC, I do not know what forced them into this situation, but let's just say that this is how Sanhok is, right? And considering the fact that Prabeen has finally started to make his way back to his teammates, instantly halted at his position. Thankfully does have a first aid to work along with, but still that's not good news, right? 7th Element, they need to get a few more angles, as Leo Esports, they're finally dealt with by the boys from Regicide, as they get those 4 finishes to their name. I'm starting to wonder what really happened over here. But regardless, Leo Esports not having the best of starts today.
Oh, certainly. Leo Esports, well, they were suffering in the league plays as well. Leo Esports were not having the best of the time, and IHC, I'm so surprised to see this name getting an early elimination, because IHC, well, in the spring season, they were looking so very consistent, so very good, but now they have been taken out pretty early in the game on the 15th spot with no points at all. On the other side, MABETEX Esports, while now they are on the receiving end, but Cloud right in the crosshairs of T24 OP, but I don't think T24 OP is having the right weaponry in his hands to take shots onto Cloud. But Highvoltage Malik finds a perfect confirmation point onto Ashad over there in 7th Element. Well, they have been left with only 3 players. At the same time, Prabeen is also down, so they need to go for the crucial rescue mission. That is not going to be easy, because T24 OP is going for the confirmation point as well.
I mean, at this point, I can't really process what's going wrong with 7th Element. I mean, they had the entire situation under control, and despite that, Highvoltage DC, they're putting up quite a fight. And especially with that kind of a spread, this looks really awkward. You know, for both these teams, the way they're engaging in, you kind of are very confused from where the shots are really going to come through. Because now Prabeen, despite the fact that he was knocked, has somehow managed to get back up on his feet. And at this point, T24 looks to be next in the list for Highvoltage DC, who are already flying high with that kind of a confidence, you know, after they managed to get some decent eliminations. I think 15 plus and a chicken dinner at top of that. I think for Highvoltage DC, this was long time coming.
I love the position of Jiggle. He's getting so much information onto the plus of 7th Element, where the players of remaining his teammates can capitalize on. But now Highvoltage DC, they do lack on those resources. Few players don't have the proper armor. Few don't have the healings. Prabeen, he needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. Maybe Malik can give him, but Malik is too far away from Prabeen right now. And Divine, there is no way that Divine can come and help T24 OP in this situation. So this is... we also have to consider this is the home ground for the players of Highvoltage DC. They have been ruling the entire Camp Alpha Island since such a long time. They're aware of the nook and corner of every area of this island. At the same time, Jiggle right in the crosshairs of Tokosaurus. And finally, Tokosaurus looks like he has woken up from his slumber. At the same time, gave away his position as well.
He certainly has. Now, look at that Cloud. He's been knocked down, but Malik, he wants to go. He wants to fight over here. Has some support. I think his teammate, Probeen, is over here. And there is going to be a point where they knock on the doors of T24. Is he ready for that? Is he ready for the action? Because Jiggle is trying to provide the quintessential cover fire as T24 deals with one, already finishing him off. But Malik, a little too late in providing that essential assistance. Fails in saving Praveen. As a matter of fact, now Cloud is definitely going to get back on his feet. But High Voltage, now these trades are not looking nice, as Divine wanted to take some revenge. But like I said, Jiggle was all the way top of the hills, and having that nice crown for himself certainly enabled him. But Tokusaurus, they talk about him, Shadow. He was the one who was making those sly movements. Now Jiggle is aware with that grenade being lobbed over at his direction. Now has that TPP advantage, and Tokusaurus instantly realizes, regrets his decision, and turns around.
Oh, he has to fight for the position points, because he was giving sound cues on the other side. Jiggle was not giving any sort of sound cue, and he was ready for Tokosaurus, but made the mistake as well, showing the back to the enemy. Jiggle is going to definitely capitalize, and with that 7th element, after getting a single elimination point, they have been wiped out from the map of Sanhok. Now 13 teams still remaining, and this time the circle is a bit confusing. It can go either ways, towards the ruins area or maybe towards the Camp Alpha Island. If it goes towards north, High Voltage DC, they are in the prime spot to get a winner chicken dinner maybe for themselves, but looks like someone else has knocked on the doors of High Voltage, and it is none other than Magnus Esports. And Magnus, well, they are not having the best of the time today.
And it's not just them, right? Even Stalwart looked to be around the corner. Could see them around that mini-map, but they'll also have to make their way in. Quite understandable. I think this is again another Western Circle, a little hybrid this time, but High Voltage DC, I think they've been amidst the action from minute one. the biggest opponents there were 7th element. I think most of their players were pretty much dealt with just one player surviving. High Voltage DC, I kind of have questions if they have enough loot on them, because did not get to maneuver around a lot, did not get that looting time, constantly being under the heat from minute one. This is where Quantum Rage slowly creeped in on the players of Aegon I8. Now, Aegon I8, during the league stages of the SCC, we kind of saw them go off to a really good start. But after that, the fall was pretty much, evident. And then in those final days, they kind of redeemed themselves in the final 2 days. But for now, Aegon I8 have a lot to prove, especially them being the champions of PMPL Pakistan. You would want to expect them to see them maybe around that top 4, top 5 position.
Even in the South Asia, they got back-to-back 3 chicken dinners. So definitely, that was a different I8. I'm sorry, I got confused. That was Illuminate Crew. And speaking of Illuminate Crew, NB Esports, they find a perfect knock onto Woofy. Seems like I'm cursing the teams. And Viper also goes down. But this has been a rivalry since a very long time between Illuminate Crew and NB Esports. They always likes to lock horns with each other. But look at the position of IQ. He's slowly crawling his way towards Goku, and Goku has no idea about the snake in such a close proximity, and Goku finally gets taken down, and IQ might be looking for the confirmation point, but at the same time he has to reposition himself, because the remaining players will retaliate, and Senior definitely retaliates and takes the revenge, takes on IQ, leaving Blade all by himself.
I really do not understand the objective of this particular fight. They really need to understand. It's the second phase. It's nothing to worry about. But they have to get inside the circle. Now, trying to force out a fight kind of looks like a personal vendetta being taken around. But Blade just being the final member surviving. I think this is where Senior and Sparky need to get the hell out of that position. Need to just get inside the circle. Forget about Blade. He means no harm. He's done the damage. And this is where you need to cut your losses and run. But still, Quantum Rage, they're being quite adamant. And I do not know if this is the champion's mentality, if this is the kind of a play I would expect from a team like Quantum Rage, where they're kind of just going ham after Agonite. But because look at them, they're somewhere situated around the cave area, while the circle has formed around the Western Islands, with Stalwart Nirzet having the epicenter to himself, with so many of these teams just deciding to group up. Now, this is going to be really interesting. For Medical Vibes, how do they carve their way inside the circle and find a good spot to themselves? While the players of Stalwart, look at them, action this time being so precise on his grenade, has managed to find finisher, and now he's going to get some control over these compounds.
Well, Stalwart Esports, they have managed to defend these compounds up until now, but they are picking too many fights, and Magnus Esports taking down the players of Illuminate Crew. Zibian was taken down, instant confirmation is also there, Nova X and Crew. Sky, well, he's burning, literally burning, but he needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. A blessing in disguise in the name of NB Esports is also joining the fray, and Magnus, well, they're going for the crucial rescue missions onto the fallen comrades. At the same time, Action with a grenade is looking to find some connection over there, and finally finds Zabian, gets a confirmation point as well, and Magnus Esports, perfect grenades came from two different directions, from the side of Sky as well as Stalwart Esports, and Magnus, well, they couldn't survive for very long, and now Sky is all by himself. At the same time, T2K looks like they are also inching closer, and these compounds, so many fights are going to happen over here.
It's now swarming with so many of these teams, right? Seems like the real estate prices have gone pretty high over here, as Jane lobs that grenade into perfection and finds Akaza down on his knees. Fistboy did not have the best of HP, still doesn't, but does manage to throw a counter grenade, just trying to shove off and keep Jane at bay. But Jane, at this point, he needs to make some quick movements. He understands the gravity of the situation, does have that DPS, and can wield that as he finally decides to march in, trying to do the impossible, trying to go against NB Esports. Seems like NB, they're out of first aids, they're out of healings, because Fistboy, he's not looking at healing himself up. This is where I'm kind of pushed into thinking if NB Esports have any loot at all.
I don't know if they have. If they don't have, they really need to find those resources, because still we have 12 teams and 30 players remaining. And T2K Esports, Jane, well, he realized that he's too far away from his teammates. He was overcommitting into that fight. He decides to regroup with his teammates. A good decision on his part. And T2K Esports, well, they already have 3 defeat points for themselves. At the same time, they have the northern control of the circle, and they find Jiggle over there, Reg with the grenade, and the M416 is trying to find Jiggle, and Jiggle, well, he's trying to scuttle back to the safety, trying to escape from the situation, but can he escape from those grenades that are coming towards his side? At the same time, the blue zone is also closing, and there's not enough real estate for him to find a safe cover, find a safe residency, or even take an outnumbered fight. He's pretty much done and dusted in this game. He has to patch himself, but the blue is going to give so much damage, and looks like he's going to go down by the blue.
Oh my goodness. It's a cat and mice chase, and seems like he's just given his life to the blue over there, like you said. But for T2K, I think I kind of like this sense of confidence, right? Just chasing off the enemies. Now have a lot of that northern ground cleared up, as one more grenade from Jane. He seems like he's getting the job done and has been making lives hell for NB Esports. Haven't really had the best of start today. Previously, we saw Assassin dealing with the entirety of squad. Now T2K proving to be such a thorn. Young Boy and Fistboy, this time around, they found some medicines to administer. At this point, just kind of squandering out with their utils like that, just throwing it for no use, could just come to bite them back towards the end. Young Boy, few of his pixels are visible, and Jane for sure wants to go for those pre-nades out there. But now finally deciding to enter in, as Young Boy gets picked off. And that sort of marks the end for NB Esports, as a little bit of assistance was also provided by Sky from Illuminate Crew, who's kind of been alive there, who's still kicking and running, who's still getting so much done for his squad, but will finally bid adieu. And just with those 12 eliminations, Illuminate Crew are out of this game.
Oh, well, they have been eliminated, but T2K, they have managed to grab a good compound for themselves. But I love what Stalwart Esports are doing. They're trying to mitigate all the threat in the close proximity. At the same time, they're not overcommitting into any fight. They're not doing too many third parties. They're just sticking to the ground, holding on to the compound. On the other side, MABETEX Esports looks like they have also been eliminated with good elimination points in their favor. But DRS, what is happening to the players of DRS? They used to rule the map of Sanhok, but this time only single elimination and only 2 players remaining. I wonder how they're going to survive or grab too many points for themselves, because in the overall standings also, I believe DRS, they are right on the bottom. This is something very shocking, and they are in the blue as well. But for now, T2K Esports, well, looks like they have spotted on the players of TUF right on the periphery of the circle. But the circle takes a shift, and now TUF, well, they have to migrate inside the circle. I wonder how they are going to do so.
Oh, Blade, he wasn't moving a muscle until the point. Kind of gets a little impatient there. Just runs after killer, but finally gets dealt with. But for DRS, completely acceptable by their standards. They're not supposed to be there where they are right now. Need to redeem themselves and do that pretty quick, as Quantum Rage finally bidding adieu to the server at the 7th spot. So now, we can see majority of these teams, more than half of the lobby completely being wiped out. As Stalwart, I'm kind of really surprised to see them taking such a prime position. Even the likes of Formerical Vibes, the entire Eastern Territory, they've taken it all by themselves, and now could kind of start spreading their players out a little bit, have a lot of that high ground advantage. Look at Doc's position, especially TUF's positioning. I kind of liked, but would have been better had they been inside the circle. So they have to make a move with Regicide right below them. You've got the players of DRS who might also want to come in, but one of their players has already been knocked out. So kind of the position has been revealed. I think Regicide making good work out of it, as Noki this time gets the better out of Demotivate. The moment TUF decide to come out of their hiding, get inside a good position, Regicide, they're already prepared to deal with them. And with Roshan cooking up this grenade, could be bad news for H2SO4.
Oh, TUF, how they're going to survive. The blue is also catching up, and Roshan with a perfect grenade gets a confirmation point onto Demotivate Sir and H2SO4. The sulfuric acid is not going to burn the players of Regicide, but rather he'll go down by the blue, and Regicide, being the wiser one, they are moving inside the circle. But action with a vehicle so close to the players of Regicide, he has to be the cautious one who could have been taken down. But TUF, well, they have been taken down and eliminated, but at the same time, Stalwart Esports position has been given away. But 4MB, look at the position. Yes, they do have 0 elimination points, but the circle is in their favor. They have the entire uphill control, and Regicide on the low ground. I think 4MB, now they can start capitalizing on those elimination points.
Honestly, Shadow, you've been doing a lot of these essay games, right? How much have Formerical Vibes changed, haven't they? The way they've been playing. I mean, this is not the Formerical Vibes that we've seen, but I really love. I think this was the only missing element in their play style. I think inculcating that, they have opened doors to maybe the championship this time around that they missed during the SA finals. But for now, Stalwart Esports in real close proximity to T2K. Chain and top, pretty much neighbors, but quite unwanted as Noki gets his hand on Doc. Now this is quite interesting, because Doc, he was one of those flankers. He had a different position to himself, and him getting knocked out over there like that, I think kind of exposes, or rather makes Formerical Vibes a little vulnerable. Because Doc, for me, he was the contingency plan. If the circle had gone a little bit towards the east, as Suyog decides to get into the aid of his fallen teammate, Rick takes quite a heavy beating, but somehow he's still breathing.
Well, he's still breathing, and 4MV, they have taken the entire control of the uphill area. They have so much information onto the players of T2K, Stalwart Esports. The minute the players are going to come out in the open, 4MV will start capitalizing. And yes, I do agree. I was shocked. For a second, I was like, am I seeing it correct? 4MV with 0 finishes? Because they always like to capitalize on those elimination points. They never cared of the placement points, but now the stakes are higher. They're preparing themselves for the World Invitational. If they qualify. If they qualify, I think they can, but they are preparing themselves for that, and that is how they are playing right now. And finally, they have started opening things up. Get one defeat point onto the players of Regicide, and Roshan just having a tree trunk. Not the best of the position. At the same time, East, the first glimpse comes in, and Roshan is going to miss so many bullets over there, and East survives. At the same time, the dog is there. The Grenadier finally deals with Roshan over there, and now Regicide, only one player remaining.
Yeah, and for Medical Vibes, he's just barely making it inside the circle. Surely Refuse has been providing that cover fire, and Doc is back on his feet. Now, this is where we could see the two biggest Mongolian teams going up against each other pretty soon. With T2K still, trying to rise from the ashes over there, with majority of their players being taken down. As for Medical Vibes, deal death from the skies, as now Stalwart in a whole world of trouble, as the circle also does not favor them. Now, this is where I think Stalwart and T2K, they will have to fight it out amongst each other, because the moment that smoke dissipates, the moment both these teams run out of the smokes, they will have to come out in the open. The moment they do that, for Medical Vibes will do what they've been doing, try to rein in death and destruction as those Grens also come in, and Stalwart in a whole world of trouble out there. How are they gonna kind of escape from that situation, as T2K trying to come out in the open? They're also meeting the same fate, meeting their makers, that is for Medical Vibes, who are on a war path at this point. They have been dealt with. The final players of T2K, they might be taking their breath, as Sandesh has been spotted out, and Apex knows exactly what to do over there.
And he finally lands the last blow onto Sandesh with a DBS and gets a winner chicken dinner for themselves. And 4 MV with 3 winner chicken dinners fixes. Oh, this 4 MV, I'm loving it.
This is absurd. This is mental. This should not be happening. You can understand the kind of a lead that this team is building up for themselves. Out of 4 games, we've had 3 chicken dinners and a top 3 position also for Medical Vibes. This is quite impressive, even by their standards. We know this team was one of the forces to be reckoned with, but having fixed on their positioning issues, I think working wonders with that has enabled them to such a pinnacle, and from here on they go upwards. But this was all about the game. We're gonna talk more about this after a short little break. We're witnessing something special over here. Day number 1 of the SSE finals, and for Medical Vibes, they are on a roll, absolutely exploding. 3 out of 4 games, chicken dinner. That is an impressive feat to achieve, and they did it in a very beautiful fashion this time around. Especially, this zone was not favoring them. I loved how they took control over that eastern circle, made their way up to the hills. And the moment they were there, I think the biggest thorn for them were possibly Regicide. They dealt with that, and I think after that, it was an easy peasy chicken dinner.
Well, certainly at the same time, no one was focusing on those uphill mountains. The players of Stalwart Esports, they were playing the typical Mongolian game, always going for the aggression, always going for the elimination points. Yes, they had a fantastic run, even the players of Stalwart Esports. But had they focused on the positioning, had they focused on those uphill grounds, maybe they could have gotten a chicken dinner for themselves. Even the players of DRS, they were also in such a close proximity to the players of 4MV, right on the ruins area. But rather they choose to go towards the side of those compounds where the players of Stalwarts were there, so many rotations were coming in, but 4MV, well, they were the cheeky ones.
They certainly were, right? They kind of stayed aloof from all those fights whilst it was kind of commencing around the western part of the map. And I think the biggest hurdle for Miracle Vibes was to get inside that western island, right? And the moment they achieved that, they realized that in the entire eastern area is up for grabs, and they did that in a beautiful fashion. Even when Doc was knocked out, they still committed one of their players to go out and revive him. But when it comes down to the MVP, has to be action, right? Finally, getting up on the board. I think a lot of the Stalwart fans have been hoping that he gets back into his old groove, and seems like slowly but surely he's getting there. And I think a very good game for Stalwart, considering how the start has been throughout the day. I think this is the best performance so far.
Oh, certainly. This has been the best performance for the players of Stalwart Esports. And things have changed so much, Fixers, because earlier in the spring season and the league plays, both the teams, Stalwart and 4MV, they tend to have a bad start. The first 2-3 games tend to not go in their favor. But this time, both these teams are looking so prepared. Even the players of Stalwart Esports, the previous game also, they came on the second position, where Highvoltage, they took the chicken dinner. They came so very close this time as well. So the consistency is definitely there. But 4MV, well, they are skyrocketing in terms of the points they are gathering for themselves on day one.
Oh, they certainly are. But, as we take a look at the players to look at, especially in this game, of course, Action was the tip of the iceberg, but Refuse, Noki, Goku, and Apex can't be left far behind. And Quantum Rage, Goku, I think he's got a massive role in there eliminating the players of Aegon I8, right? Getting a lot of LMs over there. I think has sort of been trying to establish himself as a strong force. But when you look at the match summary, right, it's kind of Action taking over the place, right? I think one thing I really loved about Stalwart is how quickly they were forced into fights. I think it was against Leo Esports. They found two of their players stray. They managed to deal with them, and it was such a nice rotation for them, kind of making it pretty early. While a lot of teams were fighting around that compound, they kind of carved their way and were looking quite solid over there. Of course, it had to do with the circle kind of going against them, and for Medical Vibes just benefiting from it massively. As we come down to the match rankings, where we see for Medical Vibes 10 eliminations, 10 placement points. I love it. 20 points secured already. I think they're kind of building up on that 40 points of advantage, and they're playing quite objectively, getting everything done. I think now a lot of teams are starting to tremble by their name.
Oh, certainly. Even the players of Reggie's side, this time they had a good outing because they were struggling in the previous 3 games, 12 points to their name. Even the players of T2K, they are having a decent run. I won't say a very good run, but a decent run. But DRS, I'm surprised by the performance that has been showcased by the players of DRS. Things are not going in their favor, but in the overall ranking, well, looks like 4MV, they're untouchable, right on the top with 67 points.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, this had to happen, right? The only closest team to them is going to be Highvoltage DC. I think that has happened pertaining to how aggressive this squad has been. I think keeping up with the likes of Medical Vibes is pretty impressive. But Medical Vibes feels like you kind of see the amalgamation of DRS and Stalwart into one, right? And perfect balance, 34-33. They are looking impressive over here. But few disappointments. The major ones, I think, will be from ND Sports, I8C, DRS Gaming, and the rest even, because making it into the SSC finals is quite a feat. But still not being able to hold your ground, making those petty mistakes is hurting DRS. They're kind of bleeding at this point. I mean, look how the mighty have fallen. They really need to wake up. They really need to get back into the days where they were quite consistent. You would not expect DRS to be getting chicken dinners in every possible game. But what you would expect from DRS is trying to maintain that top 4 positioning every single time. That aspect of DRS has been looking quite missing. And this is my biggest complaint going on right now. What has happened to them?
Well, DRS in the league standings, they started off by getting a chicken dinner with 10 eliminations in the league plays. But this time, they're not even close to getting a chicken dinner. Forget chicken dinner, they're not even close to coming in the top 10 or top 5. So DRS, they really need to work on their rotation first of all, because Sanhok has always been the strongest map of DRS. And this time, the positioning was definitely not good.
It's not just about positioning. I mean, if you talk about macro rotations and
Yeah.
how to get inside circles, DRS is one of the finest teams in not just SA but the world. They've shown that they have won accolades, but right now, ladies and gentlemen, maybe they redeem themselves in the next map. That is going to be Miramar. We finally come back into the desert for the second time. For Miracle Vibes, they are on quite a rampage around here. And this time, this is exactly the Miracle Vibes that the fans were hoping for. They are getting it. But a lot of these teams are on their redemption arc, right? I think we saw one good game from Stalwart also. They did manage to accrue quite a few points. Still in the mix. And, you know, around Stalwart, this storyline always exists, right? First day for Stalwart is always pretty rough. But somehow they kind of find their way, just clawing, scratching their way through to the top from that second, third, or fourth day. And in that fourth day, just beware of Stalwart Esports. Do not go around them. I mean, unless and until they bleed you. But yes, a few other teams that I'm really surprised or impressed with, I must say, has to be Highvoltage DC.
Yeah.
Because where was this aggression all along? And they suddenly bring that during the grand finals. I mean, what a way to, you know, start things off.
I think they were showing pretty decent performance in the league plays as well. They was right in the top 4, and they had a good run in the league plays, but they were saving all the strats, I'll say, for the grand finals where it matters the most, because today they are giving so tough competition to the players of 4MV in terms of the elimination points. But at the same
Right.
time, High Voltage GC for day number 2 and the remaining days, they need to focus on the control, aggression, and the positioning, because maybe they can have a bullseye target towards the later stages of the game and towards the last few games. So that is something High Voltage GC need to work on.
Oh, yeah, I think, you know, one thing, if the positioning issue is sorted, I kind of like the aggression that they're putting forth on the table. And this is something that you would expect from a team like Highvoltage DC, won't you? Because, you know, looking at their past, looking at all those glory days, and the moment you look at this roster, it's an all-stars roster from Nepal. And they've done it in the past. They've won the big stages. They've been there. They felt it. I think what was missing was that hunger. Now that it's back, now that they had their backs against the wall, we have seen, you know, those dips, we have seen those low days, and now they've kind of have started feeling themselves. They're saying, like, enough is enough. We need to fix this, and I think they've addressed the situation really well. Playing around their comfort zone is where I kind of feel that, you know, Highvoltage DC is thriving, and I would love to see more of what they have to offer right now.
This was the same High Voltage DC in the PMPL SA day number 1, because they're also on day 1 they started on a very good note, but towards the later stages they started falling off and they started picking themselves up with the SSC league plays. But other teams like T2K, they're also slowly stepping up. In the previous game they had a good outing. I love how Mongolian teams and Nepali team, they are fighting with tooth and nail for the top spot. But on the top we have the players of 4ME. And talking about Miramar, 4ME, they tend to go towards the side of Chumasera, and if we have a southern circle, maybe we can see a 4th chicken dinner also coming in.
You know, the last one, it was based around water treatment, and this time what mystery awaits us as we venture into the game of Miramar, as the flight path trajectory is quite interesting, as you can see. I mean, all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards water treatment. Now, this is where things really get interesting, considering that for Miracle Vibes, I don't think they're gonna have any issues getting down on their drop location, right? But I'm kind of looking forward to a few battles that will erupt out. You know, especially the teams, you know, deciding to go maybe towards El Pozo, they drop down at San Martin, or maybe around Trader Fields looking for a vehicle. But guess what? They find some unfriendly neighbors, and you see that bloodshed, and you kind of tend to enjoy yourself.
Oh, well, we love the bloodshed, especially when the deserty fields of Miramar turned red. We all love it. But for now, the players of Reggie said they tend to go towards the southern side. 4MV will be heading towards the side of Chumasera. TUF will find residency in Puerto Pirasio, but the question is where the first circle is going to be. But talking about Miramar, even the players of MABETEX Esports fixers tend to had a very good run. Miramar was one of their strongest map, and they always likes to go towards the northern drop location. So maybe even the players of MABETEX Esports can also have a very good outing in this one.
Oh, they certainly can. I mean, at this point, MABETEX also has been kind of a revelation for me, by all means, because MABETEX, I guess they were kind of one of those teams that were kind of lingering around the bottom in the if you talk about the list of the Mongolian teams that have been stepping up. But today, I think it's been quite a promising start. I think one thing they've fixed really is how they're positioning themselves inside the circle, and that has been working out great for them. Now, if they can manifest, their old days, because this is one of those rosters who's got some experience, right? A few players from Seal also are over here, and we've seen them just explode in the server. So if you kind of get to see those old days back for them, because today has been one of those days where a lot of these old players are kind of redeeming themselves. And by old players, I mean the veterans who've been playing for like 3-4 years competitively. Today we saw Assassin, solo wiping a squad. We saw Icy also doing what he loves to do best. We also saw some nice performance coming in from Rig. And this is where you would expect, maybe Baron just to get back into his old ways. But yeah, coming back, this is again now one of those circles down around the southern side. It's around Los Leones. Little bit of a cover around La Bendita. This is one of those circles where I kind of really like Highvoltage DC's chances. But for Miracle Vibes, for what they've been doing right now, I wouldn't be surprised if they get a chicken dinner here as well.
Oh, no doubt. Even I feel the same thing. For MV, they can go for a chicken dinner, or maybe the plus of Magnus Esports, because I do remember one of the game from PMPL SA where league plays where Magnus Esports they came so close to get taken chicken dinner for themselves, and that was in the map of Miramar. And this time the positioning is also good. All they need is good resources and regroup as soon as possible, because yes, in the next circle, in the second circle, so many teams will come in the close proximity. That is where Magnus Esports needs to regroup, find a good spot for themselves. Maybe they can go and contest for those Los Leones uphill areas. That can be a good position to hold on to in these kind of circles. On the other side, NB Esports, well, they're enjoying the residency in the city of El Pozo, but Stalwart Esports and DRS, again, they're so very close to each other. But both these teams, they're aware that about their presence, because they have been going towards Saint Martin and Hacienda since a very long time, and without locking horns, they tend to find a comfort spot for themselves, and later on, the second or third circle, they tend to go against each other. But Regicide, this time, even the plus of Regicide, they do have a good positioning for themselves. They are so far away from all the rotations, so yes, this can be a good game for the plus of Regicide, because the first three games didn't go in the favor of Regicide at all. But previous one, they started stepping up, and they need more points. They need the consistency. And Regicide also, this was one of the team in the PMPL Pakistan region that got the highest finish point, if I'm not wrong. They were the most aggressive one in the lobby, so high hopes are there from the team Regicide, especially from the Pakistani fans. But now Magnus, T2K, they're also so close to each other that maybe we can see a potential 4v4 fight brewing up between these two teams. On the other side, Highvoltage DC, they are just enjoying the residency in the city of Picardo, going for those crucial resources. And Highvoltage DC, they have been having the fantastic run today. So all those resources, they are just focusing on that.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, for Highvoltage DC, I think the kind of a position they've dropped down to, getting to solo loot Picardo, they're going to be jacked by the time they get out of here. Right now, we've seen a lot of iterations of this particular circle, right? We've seen the circle go a little towards the eastern side, around La Bendita. We've seen even those curveballs kind of going towards maybe Puerto Paraiso, or maybe around the Pochinki Hills. Now, if it kind of, in fact, the Picardo Hills, my apologies. Now, if it kind of comes down to the Picardo Hills, we're going to see, I think, Highvoltage DC kind of having the slight advantage, because then the biggest opponents they have to take down objectively will have to be the team in front of us, T2K. Now, this is also one of those teams that has been
Well, yes, T2K, they have been the impressive bunch of lads, and they always have been. T2K, Jane, Sandesh, Siyok, they have been the competitive scenario since a very long time. At the same time, they have been sticking together in the same lineup. So, yes, they do have a very good synergy among themselves that has been showcased in the previous seasons of PMPL SA Championship as well. Where, but for T2K, Erangel has always been the strongest map. That is where they shine the most. But the way they improved in the map of Miramar as well, oh, I can vouch they are going to have a good run for themselves in the map of Miramar as well. But talking about Stalwart Esports, well, they are on the northern periphery of the circle. During the rotation, they might have to engage in too many fights. And let's see what's gonna happen. Stalwarts, they have always been the aggressive bunch of lads. They always focus on those elimination points, and they tend to go in in their favor as well. Especially the duo of Nirzed and Action, even the tops. And I see all the four players of Stalwart Esports individually also. They have been able to save the day for the team so many times. We have seen in the league plays where Nirzed came and got the chicken dinner by doing a 1v2 or a 1v3, pulling off such good clutches. So yes, this is definitely a very impressive team from the Mongolian region. And for now, T2K and Magnus looks like they are in the close proximity. Jane came for that buggy, but maybe Trollin has a vague idea. Someone is in the close proximity, and Zen, having that rooftop angle, might have spotted on Jane. Oh, Jane, you are walking on a very thin ice, and right now he gives a glimpse to Drollin, and Drollin with a Scar L deals hefty damage to the vehicle of Jane. And Jane, you need to escape. You need to escape and scuttle back to the safety or find the reinforcements. This is not the position you want to be in right now, and Drollin is not going to spare you at all. The moment the vehicle explosion comes in, maybe we can see the knock onto Jane over there. And poor Jane, I feel bad for him. Finally, Drollin with a Scarl takes him down. Gets a confirmation point as well. This was not something Jane was hoping for. It just came for the vehicle. And now he has been eliminated from the lobby. The first blood comes to the players of Magnus Esports. Like I was saying, this can be a good game for the players of Magnus. Magnus is a team that tends to shine in the map of Miramar, but things are not working in their favor. But at least in PMPL Pakistan, previous seasons, Magnus used to rule. And I'm still waiting for that same Magnus to perform in the SAC this time. But the circle has taken a northern shift. Even the players of Leo Esports, they're having a very good position. They are having the entire control of those Picardo Hills. Even they can maintain that entire northern control for themselves. But it looks like things have changed. And joining me is going to be Shivansh. Shivansh, how are you doing?
Yeah, as I just mentioned, Shadow, things have changed. So, yeah, the duo also has been changed. And I am fine, by the way. Just after the first two games in which I saw a total domination from the side of the players of Four Miracle Vibes. And they have been doing a really, really great job. Just saw the third game, they secured the fourth position. And to be honest, that's how you should approach the game. If you're looking forward for a domination, if you're looking forward for an abomination, or maybe a total annihilation against your opponents, just play like that, right? Although they are receiving a good amount of resistance from the side of the team of Highvoltage, so I have high hopes from them in this game, though.
Oh, definitely. High hopes are going to be there from the fans as well. And MABETEX Esports, well, even MABETEX, they tend to show good rotations from the northern side. This is a team that always tends to have the northern control of the circle. And they used to shine in the map of Miramar. But right now, IHC in the close proximity. And Alex finds a perfect knock on to Kese over there. Gets a confirmation point as well. Well, MABETEX, they were not prepared for the players of IHC. But Demo, well, he's picking too many fights towards the side of Quantum Rage as well. And Goku, far off, has been picked off. There is no chance of a help coming in or revival coming in onto him, especially Zeol, the way he's going for the confirmation. Well, IHC this time they are going for a good start. 2 defeat points already in their favor, but Quantum Rage can't say the same thing for them because Sparky has been taken down by DRS Killer Whitey.
Oh no, I don't think so that he will get allowed to breathe for one more second. It's going to be Wally who is trying to, just punish him with an M249 with 3 times equipped to it. But Killer Whitey at the end just going to steal the kill from the players of MABETEX Esports. They have a really, really good momentum going on. Wally tried his best to get that one elimination point in his favor, but got denied by the players of DRS, which is a normal thing, by the way. DRS, if you talk about this team, one of the best team from the South Asian region, especially from the Nepal region itself, showcasing a huge amount of performance in the previous championships and also showcase that how much talent the Nepali teams has. But right now they are struggling. Though the map is closing, the circle is closing in, and we can see the third circle just form near around the centralized shift towards Los Leones. So, Shadow, what are your thoughts about this one particular circle?
Oh, this can go in the favor of Leo Esports as well, but if it goes towards southern side, well, the players of 4MV are going to benefit heavily, and that is what they are hoping for. But MABETEX Esports looks like, oh, shots are being peppered onto their vehicle, but somehow they have managed to find a safe residency, safe compound for themselves. Even the players of NB Esports, they are having their complete western control. They finally made it inside the circle. Maybe there is a slight chance they can go for this airdrop, find a Groza and a level 3 armor that is going to help them a lot in the map of Miramar, especially if the opponent is having a AWM, which we have not been witnessing too much recently because of the change in the meta. But the two teams who are locking horns with each other like are Egonix I8 and Illuminate Crew.
Okay. This is the fight in which Illuminate Crew needs to step up. Viper just hiding and just praying for his life, and QQ is one of the most one of the strongest player in Gone I8, and he is just trying to find an opening. Although they haven't found one yet. Nova also dodging a lot of grenades. Were a bit careful because he just crossed the path right in front of the place of Egon I8. This is still a crucial fight, and I think so Illuminate Crew might lose this one because they don't have the man advantage here.
Oh yes, they don't have the man advantage, but look at the position of Sky. His position has not been given away from the backline. If you manage to find one knock onto the players of Egonix I8, maybe things can go in the favor of Illuminate Crew. Egonix I8, this is one of the most dominating team in the Pakistan region, but they have not been having the best of the time in the South Asia Championship, and Viper with the UMP45 is guarding the ankle. The entire control of the concrete is in the hands of Egonix I8. And look at the amount of smoke that has been deployed to deny vision. And with that, Woofies finds a perfect knock onto Falak over there. And Viper, along with Nova X, is closing in the distance. But IQ's position was not given away. He was hiding in the smoke. Deals with Viper over there. Now, Nova X is going for the crucial rescue mission onto the fallen teammate, and Sky might be looking for a knock, but Woofies, he needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. And Blade with a grenade, can he find one more knock? But the answer is going to be no. Two players still remaining, and suddenly the tables have turned. Illuminate Crew, they are running supreme in this fight, and Viper gets a confirmation point, and Blade suddenly he's all by himself. A 1v3 scenario right in front of him. Can he deal with it? At the same time, a third party is also brewing up.
This is not looking good at all. So I like how the way Eliminate Crew managed to win this fight against Egonok I8 and Agon. They're going to be quite happy with Magnus also chip in, as just mentioned, another third party just brewing in, and they are here to join the party against the players of Eliminate Crew. Molotov is just thrown away, thrown to its perfection. Vipers fall down to its demise, so as Nova Zen just moving in and thrashing the hope of the players of I8. Sky just barely surviving with 1% of its HP. Somehow managed to survive, but not for so long. It's again a 3v1 situation. I8 always found themselves on the receiving edge, and now they falls apart just like the autumn leaves. They take an exit from the 14th position. Magnus Esports, 5 eliminations in the backpack now.
Oh, this is a different Magnus. They are the opportunistic one. The moment they saw a situation where they can do a third party and without losing any number, they can get elimination point. They definitely did so. And I was saying in the at the start of the game, Magnus Esports, this can be a good game for them, and they're already having a very good start. But right now, I have seen the crosses of T2K over there, and Drake all by himself needs to be a bit careful. He's way too close to the players of IHC. At the same time, IHC going for the revival onto Godless over there, and Demo is trying to lob some smokes to deny vision to the players of T2K, but Sandesh from the back lines, he can do so much damage. His position has not been compromised, I believe, and it's the fight of the grenades who is going to lob the perfect projectile and find some opening connection.
I still think that the players of IHC has an upper advantage just because of they are a bit close to the circle. Although Sandesh can deny that fact instantly because he has a really good lurk angle, and also he has a vehicle, so he can collect a lot of information in which the whole team can work on. But it's still going to be a big gamble. It's still going to be a huge task to just fill in. Though Suyog and the teammate just try and move inside the circle with a bus. It's a gamble. If it works out, you are going to be on top. If it isn't going to be the thing you wanted from a very long time, you might suffer the brunt here. But it seems like T2K taking a longer route to just be careful and just be safe inside this Miramar map. TUF on the other side trying to pepper down a lot of bullets onto the moving players of Magnus. Switch to a DB. Yes, and a beautiful burst there. Shuts down the hopes. X204, but falls down. A beautiful trade from the side of Magnus Sinister.
Magnus Esports, they're so impressive. I don't want to jinx anything, but things are working in their favor, but not working for M7 of TUF, as vehicle has taken a lot of damage and the dips are not the position he wants to be in, especially the way the players of Magnus Esports are hunting for him, looking for him. And play zone takes down draw in. This is a big damage to both side of Magnus Esports. Even the players of Highvoltage DC Malik is good doing a third party. Faster has been dealt with. That means Magnus Esports, they have their own worries. A blessing in disguise for M7. But he has to travel such a big distance inside a circle in an open field. Not a good thing, but the little ridges is going to help him. But now IHC, they have a new team in the close proximity. None other than Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, the old friends are again up against each other. Stalwart versus IHC, one of the most legendary fights we have been talking about this for a very long time. And every single one of them, ST always has an advantage, and they found one. IC with a follow-up too. Zayol and Alex goes down. So as demo to it all comes down to Godless needs to showcase that godly performance. Somehow managed to shut down action, but Tops and Ice just trying to pepper him down. IC, who's very low, somehow managed to finish off the hopes of the players of IHC. Takes an exit on the 13th position. It was a close call, but at the end, it's going to be Stalwart Esports who got the pick. Meanwhile, we just saw that the team TUF also takes an exit from the lobby. Now we have only 11 teams left in this Miramar map.
On the southern side of the circle, we have the players of 4MV and Highvoltage DC locking horns with each other and fighting for the top spot in the overall standings. Cloud gets taken down by Apex from the low ridge, and Jiggle looking for a lower potential flank has already been dealt with, and 4MV suddenly have the upper hand, and East in a blink of eye eliminates the entire team of Highvoltage DC. Oh my god, 4MV, they're still on the top in the overall standings. 4 elimination points without any casualty. This is the aggression that the Mongolian teams brings in.
Exactly. This is the way they play this type of aggression they showcase is really good, and also this sets up a bar for other teams to how they're going to perform if they want to match the skill level. This just perfect for them, just like the way Stalwart and 4MV is playing. It's just perfect for them. Again, the circle just moving towards on the edge of the Picardo, and the teams are also trying to play around on the edge of the Picardo. The team Leo and NB Esports, they are quite happy with the circle because they are on the edge and also have a good amount of compounds, good real estate covering them, and also just providing some shelter for their longer journey here. 9 teams still in the lobby and 29 players left in the game. 1 minute 52 seconds, and we'll witness the 6th phase, the 6th zone of this map. Liquid on the other side spots out player of Regicide, and Rosson barely surviving. Did I spoke too soon? Yes, I was. And yeah, he got picked by Slipknot. Good knock, good conversion.
Well, definitely, you esports, they need those points because they're not having the best of the time. But for MV, it looks like T2K, they are locking horns with them. And Sandesh comes in with the UMP-45, eliminates Refuse over there, and perfect grenade from the side of East takes on Sandesh over there. The trades are coming back and forth, and even Seog is going to retaliate. The smokes are there to deny vision, and by some time for the players of T2K, even Drake is having a very good angle. If the players of 4MV show a little bit of the glimpse, maybe Rick can deal with them. But look at the position of Stalwart Esports. They're placed perfectly, Shivansh, to do a third party in the scenario.
They're already they have been looking out for this for a very long time, but finally they got that opportunity. You should grab it and don't even just throw it away. East on the other side got picked from the western angle, which Rig was holding. So Yo just trying to close in the distance, but Rig got instantly knocked out in a trade. Doc with the DBS switch to that gun, shuts down Suyok, and the hopes for Team T2K end up at the 9th with only 2 total finishes. 4MV, they're just going to start the revival process once again. And look at the amount of defeats they have secured, and that's going to be total 7. But they need to be careful because Stalwart Esports just closing in the distance and trying to, just poke the players down, and they actually will. Apex falls down onto his demise. He is hiding behind the dead tree. He might also become like the dead tree, but there is a possibility East can save him. East can protect his man. East can save his comrade. But will he? Will Nerzu allow him? Or they might suffer the brunt against Team Stalwart.
Goliaths versus Goliaths, the two Mongolian teams, 4ME and Stalwart Esports, and looks like this time Stalwart Esports, they're having an upper hand, 2+ already down, and thanks to the plus of NB Esports as well, they did a good third party in the scenario, leaving Doc all by himself, and 4MV, oh, how they can come from the situation. Yes, Doc is trying to go for the revival, and finally he has managed to go for the rescue mission onto East.
Wow.
There is still some hope for the plus of 4MV that they can take down the plus of Stalwart, but Stalwarts, they're having the upper hill. They do have the position advantage as well, and Doc, I have to tell you, Shimansh, the grenades in the hands of Doc are always so precise and perfect. I haven't seen a single time when Doc has not brought down a knock with his grenade.
He is just a sneaky guy and also a clever one with the god hands. Also, utilizing those utilities to his perfection makes him undefeatable. As just mentioned, Doc's missing out that grenade by an inch, and look at him suffering that grenade's damage a bit hard there. Just falls down from the ledge and also from the cliff to just save himself, and also he and himself. East still back on his feet, and that's a good sign. The only problem is they are a bit away from the circle shadow. If this didn't work out, they might end up in the 7th position. That's going to be the worst team for them. Meanwhile, MABETEX taking the fight against the players of Leo, and they are winning. And Nerze from the distance spots of the players of 4 AM, and okay, this is not good. Apologies for that.
The DBS, I hate this weapon, but right on the face of Doc over there, and even Doc couldn't stand for very long in front of DBS. Now East is all by himself trying to find a safe spot. The Molotovs are definitely coming in. The fights are happening on all the periphery of the circle. MABETEX and DRS, even they're locking horns with each other, where the plus of DRS, they're falling down. And Stalwart, they're absolute beast. 6 elimination points already in their favor, and at the same time, good positioning as well. But Quantum Blade Senior, with the UMP45, finds a perfect knock onto NB Esports. NB Esports, this boy is going to retaliate, but Delta running out in the open. What was he thinking? IC deals with him, and DRS has been eliminated.
Stalwart in the face of adversity, they emerge strong. Look at them, 7 total finishes and also still leading the charge here. 6 team in total, and they are looking good. The fight is over for now, but the lessons may be learned till the end. 4MV takes an exit from the lobby. Oh, they're still there though, but I think so I predicted future. And yes, I did.
Oh, you can see the future. Tell me my future. But after the show ban with that 4MV, they have been eliminated. Stalwart Esports, now the next victim could be the players of Leo Esports, Shivansh.
That is a possibility, because the way Stalwart Esports is playing is actually very good. Look at the minimap, the amount of split they have. It's a typical 1+1+ split, 1+1+1 split, individual sheer performance. They are focusing on that, though they still can face some resistance from the side of the players of MABETEX. The only thing which can save them, it's going to be the circle. And look at the circle again favoring them. Stalwart Esports controlling the game, controlling the circle, and gods of PUBG Mobile also helping them to succeed in this map.
Well, they are definitely trying to succeed. Even the players of Leo Esports are trying to find something out of this game. Let's see if they can, but all the aces are being held by the players of Stalwart Esports. They have the perfect positioning. They have the entire eastern control of the circle. They do have good bridges to work around with, but he'll see. Oh, the poor man. The smoke is going to give away his position, and all he has is a little shack to him. And tops with the mini finds a perfect knock onto Liquid of Leo Esports. I don't think they can go for the revival, but maybe Haidami will still try and save his fallen teammate. Even Slipknot can try and do so. So still hope for them. But NB Esports, this was Shivansh. NB Esports was one of the most aggressive team. The way they used to annihilate, they were so close to becoming the champions as well. But this time NB Esports today, they're not having a good run at all.
Yeah, it's a different approach from the side of NB Esports, and to be honest, they are not feeling it. Though they can still change the stance, they can still change that, but they just need one good room of opportunity to change that. Although there's on the other side, from Stalwart Esports peppering down a lot of bullets, trying to create a barrage of bullets in which Leo Esports just suffer and suffocate, and that might just happen. Look at that. Two of the players of Leo Esports falls down to their demise. They're still there. They are just expecting that their death is not that near. But I think so. They are wrong. The way Nazid is playing is just outstanding action on the other side. Shuts down Sus and just ended his story. But a really good retaliation from Ben 10.
Oh yes, the retaliation, the trades are coming back and forth. Even Z has been taken down, and Stalwart Esports action might be going to save his team. At the same time, on the low ground, we have the players of MABETEX Esports running around like headless chicken, looking for a cover. And I see, well, he deals with one player, and MABETEX are just left with one player. Two players have already been taken down, and Haitami, just a little few pixels were visible, and Tops with a mini eliminates him. And Leo Esports, well, they have been eliminated. They're not in the best of the position. This is the game for the players of Stalwart Esports to lose 12 elimination. Make it 13, make it 14, 15. Even the players of MABETEX Esports has been eliminated. Stalwarts, they are raining death and destruction, Shivansh.
Yeah, just keep on counting. Just keep on counting. They might build a sheer castle of opponents' defeat. They might build a castle of those deadly bodies, because Stalwart Esports looking out unstoppable. And another knock on to second. It's going to be First Boy and Young Boy. How they're going to be able to survive in this situation, that's going to be the biggest question. Some of the grenades being utilized, but Top is going all in. Has the top angle, might utilize it to its perfection. Spots out the final player, trying to finish him out, and yes, he actually will. And look at this team, ladies and gentlemen. No way. No celebration, nothing yet, not even a single smirk. That's it. They just secure the chicken and then that's it. Nothing.
They're just used to it. They're just used to the aggression. They were already looking for it. The moment they realized they have the best position inside the circle, they knew this is the game to lose. And now in the overall ranking, they have managed to come on the second spot with Highvoltage DC getting an early elimination. This one, things have opened up for the players of Stalwart Esports, but now it's time for the small break. Well, hello and welcome everyone. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia Championship Grand Finals Day number 1. My name is Shadow. Alongside me is Shivansh. And Shivansh, Stalwart Esports, they were looking for this chicken dinner since a very long time. They came so very close in match number 3, but finally they get it, and they get it in style.
Before this game, they were on the 3rd position in the overall ranking, and now they are in the 2nd position, which states that nobody can even take down the players of 4MV from that 1st position, because they secured 3 chicken dinners today out of those 4 games. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous amount of chicken dinners a team can get. Although Stalwart Esports, with the daily sheer aggression and good amount of performance they had showcased in the previous match, puts them onto the 2nd position now in the overall ranking. As you just mentioned, Shadow, the way Team Stalwart Esports was playing is like nothing to just lose. That was the attitude whenever they're just taking those fights. Especially some of the players. It seems like that Tops especially, he was like, you know what, I'm just going to go in and that's it. I'm just going to annihilate everyone, just going to kill everyone whom I spot out. So that's how you should play a Miramar map. And when this one particular broadcast has started, I had a conversation with Johnny, and I also mentioned this, that teams like Stalwart Esports, teams like MABETEX, also DRS, Eliminate Crew, and DUF, they are so good on the map of Miramar, and Stalwart Esports once again showcased the same.
Oh, Stalwart Esports. This is their usual game style. The Mongolian teams, 4MV, IHC, Stalwart Esports, they all love to have those flashy plays, go for double-digit elimination points. And this time, the MVP is going to be Tops with those mini tap-tap shots. I wonder what he was doing. He was dishing out so much damage, but 3 elimination. But look at the damage amount. 1144 damage that he was dishing out. Huge number.
Yeah.
Kudos to him. He was so fantastic with his mini.
Yeah, especially 6 assists to Top, which showcase that he is not even an individual player; he's even a team player too. 3 knocks, 3 elimination, a perfect knock to elimination conversion from the side of Top, and as you just mentioned, a humongous amount of damage being dished out by this one lad. Survival time is also 26 minutes and 6 seconds. And the reason is pretty simple: they secure the chicken, and your survival time needs to be at its finest. But to be honest, this is just the start, and I think that if Stalwart Esports just keep on playing like this, they might topple down the table toppers for MV. I wonder how many points like 4MV has right now. Like what's the difference? I can calculate, though, if I'm not wrong, it should be around 15 to 10 points maybe, but not sure. On the other side, if you talk about the top 5 players, look at that. Out of 4 players, every single one of them of Stalwart Esports are here.
Oh yes, all the 4 players of Stalwart Esports are in the players to focus. They all had a fantastic run, be it in Z, Action, IC or Tops. They all had those elimination points, the damage number, the synergy was point perfect since they were taking so many fights on the multiple fronts, and they were winning every single one. Even the players of DRS this time, they had a good outing. Killer YT having 5 elimination of his own, and every time if DRS they have a good run, Killer YT is one of the person responsible for the good outcome of the map. And this time also he's the guy, but in the match summary it is all about Stalwart Esports. Highest elimination from Action, the highest damage from Tops. His mini was reigning supreme. Tops having the highest assist, but 4MV East having the highest healing done. The reason could be because 4MV was also engaging so many fights from the start of the game.
And that's why he has a really good number for him. But I am confused the way this also fight in the closing scenario at the end. You just become fearless. That's what you need if you are in a team like Stalwart Esports. But if you talk about the match ranking, total 28 points being acquired by a team, and that's gonna be Stalwart Esports. And correct me if I'm wrong, Shadow. Isn't this the highest a team achieved today?
I think, but I have to check. I think this is the highest points, 28 points, 18 elimination. This is the highest for today. But I'm not sure if it is the highest for Stalwart Esports because I think they have got 19 or 20 in one of the game. I need to check, but yeah, Stalwart Esports 28 points, 4MV. Even they had a fantastic run this one time. Total 9 points to them. MABETEX Esports, they also had a pretty decent run. They were coming from the northern front. They did manage to grab those crucial placement and elimination points, but in the overall ranking, 4MV, they are still untouchable.
I was expecting a 10 to 15 points difference between Stalwart Esports and 4Medical Vibes, and it's literally 15 points difference between them. But interesting thing is, Shadow, that 4MV secured 3 second innings and Stalwart secured just 1, and they are like very, very close to the players of 4MV. Though we still have 1 game left, and it might decide who's going to be on the first position, and maybe 4MV might situate or solidify the situation, the position for themselves today. But this is where things will get interesting. 7th eliminate. This is the team which came into the championship when they end up in the 16th position in the league stage, and I have high hopes from them. I still do, but the way they are performing, this is not what I expected from them.
Oh, certainly. There are so many disappointments in the name of DRS Gaming as well. Yes, DRS, they had a good run. They have managed to propel themselves by 2 positions in the overall ranking. But still, this is not the place where we want to see DRS Gaming, especially they having the international experience as well. So maybe on day number 2 or maybe in the last game, things can change for a few of the teams. But now it's time for the last game of the day. That is going to be Erangel, Shivansh.
Yep. Again, the home ground for every single player, every single competitive player here. So you gotta be best at it, and look at that. So yeah, we were right. Stalwart Esports secured the highest amount of total points today, but for Miracle Vibes, they secured both the one of the Erangel which got played, and Highvoltage secured one of them out of those two. So again, it's going to be a close call which team might secure the chicken dinner in the final game. I still think a team from the Pakistan region might lift up the final chicken dinner of the day. I'll be the happiest person alive here, because again, they are showcasing good signs of life. They are showcasing good amount of dominance, especially teams like TUF, although they end up a bit badly in the previous map. And also kudos to Quantum Rage too, because they are doing a great job here. They are on the 6th position in the overall ranking with total 26 points. That's not bad actually. This is something nice. Stratch with team Quantum Rage is actually following, but you know what, one good chicken dinner will situate you into the top 5, so it's better to be in the top 5 in the first day, right?
I agree. If you're in top 5 on day number 1, the point difference is not so high that you can't cover up on day number 2 or day number 3. But if you're right on the bottom, after the end of day number 2 as well, things are going to be a little shaky. The comeback story can't be created so easily. So yes, day number 1 is always very crucial. Even day number 2 is also very crucial if you want to carry forward the same momentum and walk with a very high amount of total points on day number 3. So yes, so many things are at stake. And Stalwart Esports and 4ME Highvoltage DC, even the players of T2K Esports, they're having a fantastic day. But there's still hope for the players of NB Esports. They can showcase a very good comeback because they are a bunch of aggressive lad. I have complete faith in the players of NB Esports. The way they have played in the league plays, oh, big things are expected from their side, even from the side of DRS Gaming. This is a team, I have always said this, DRS is more of a strategic team rather than an aggressive team, and them not getting placement points is something to worry about.
To be honest, that's true, because DRS, you know what, not only on the South Asian stage, they've been consistent on the world stage too, right? They've been showcasing good amount of performance from a very long time, and also setting the mark for their region, that how you should perform on the biggest stage, how you should play on those huge stages. So DR is struggling today. It's like a reality check for them and also for the fans, that if you are facing teams like especially teams like Stalwart Esports and 4MV, also MABETEX, you gotta be showcase your A game. Although one team which just amazed me every single time and still doing the same, and that is the Highvoltage DC. Still showcasing the high voltage performance, still showcasing that similar electrifying performance from their side, and that's what we expected, and they are doing the same. But that's not the same story for other teams.
That is not the same story for the other teams. They are struggling in all the games. Every single team, even the players of Magnus Esports, the misery is still continuing. Even the players of Againx I8 from the Pakistan region, they were the winners of PMPL Pakistan region, and this time they are struggling. So yes, they also need to step up. They need to have the read onto the opponent teams, that how they like to rotate. They need to find a good rotation for themselves, and the team that needs to do it is ASAP, as soon as possible, is DRS. They need to focus on those rotations. The rotations are not at all working for the players of DRS right now. But Highvoltage DC, maybe they can go for the second chicken dinner, because it's a day of multiple chicken dinners.
Exactly. Other than the team for MV, which team will secure the double chicken dinner? That's going to be the question. Is it going to be Stalwart Esports or Highvoltage? But with every fight, it's an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. That's what I think, Shadak, is once you learn from your mistakes, you become better. And the way the teams are playing, they are already doing the same. They are on the right path. The only thing which, stopping them or maybe just punishing them is the situation to handle the quest, or also understand the situation and how you also just place yourself against your opponents. Sometimes we saw some teams got eliminated while they were rotating, also losing out those individual in very weird fights, forcing out those fights, just overcommitting, these type of things which are unnecessary in certain situations, and teams are actually doing it. But to be honest, this is the first day, and things can improve in this last game, or maybe more too.
But teams have to remember there are not too many games, just 4 days and 6 games each day. So they have to maintain the consistency, because like you saw, Stalwart Esports, just by getting one chicken dinner, they came so very close to the plus of 4 MV, and Highvoltage DC, they were taken out pretty early in the game. This conversation I was having with Fixes as well, that Highvoltage DC, yes, they are bringing the aggression, but they have to make sure the aggression is a controlled aggression, because maybe towards the later stages, they might have a bullseye target towards their back. And this is exactly what happened. 4MV and Highvoltage DC, they were coming from the southern side, where 4MV, they capitalized and took down the entire squad of Highvoltage DC. So Highvoltage DC, they were so close to the plus of 4MV, but the dream of coming on the top 1 is still far for them. And now the last match for the day is about to start. Any expectations, Shivansh?
No expectation from now, because whenever I have any expectation, it will get breaken. That's the storyline for me. But jokes apart, Shadow, I actually have some expectations. Like on 13th position. They actually are right now in the 13th position in this PMPL 2023 championship.
The last game, the jittery players are already out of the box. The adrenaline is there, pumping in the bloods of all these 16 teams, 64 players. But who is going to get the chicken dinner? That's the main question. We'll find out soon. And the flight path is already favoring all the teams right now, because it is kind of bisecting a map, not exactly in 50-50, but 60-40 half. So all the major cities are easily glidable. Stalwarts, they always likes going towards the side of Noor, 4MV. They have been having their home ground in the military base island since a very long time. And Leo Esports, they used to go towards the side of Gatka region. NB Esports might find shelter towards Mansion or Lipovka area. So the question is, where the first circle is? Where do you want the first circle, Shivansh?
I really want a northern side circle. Form near Pochinki, also covering some area of the Pochinki school, Rozok, and also that pull of Yasnaya. But whatever I wanted, the PUBG gods is going to do the opposite of it. I want a northern circle, they gave me a southern. So, yeah, I'm again happy. Because look at the players of 4MV. They are the table toppers for today. Secure 3 chicken dinners out of 5 actually. And also maintaining a good amount of points difference between them and the other teams. And now they are in the center of the circle. What else you need? A chicken dinner? They might get it.
But I hate to be the one to break the news. Even when players of Eliminate crew in the PMPL Pakistan used to go towards military base, but right now Blade finds a perfect knock and confirmation onto Magnus Droll, Magnus Esports. Even the players of IHC and Regicide are locking horns with each other. Trades are coming back and forth. Buddy is also on a very low HP. Zeol also gets taken down, and suddenly IHC. Only 2 players remaining, Shivansh.
Oh no. I was concerned about this team. They were on the 13th position, and they might end up in the 13th position too. Demo and Alex separates from each other, just like the other 2 guys did from the team of IHC. Zeol is trying to crawl its way to safety, but Demo instantly got punished. A good knock and easy finish. Easy wipeout for Regicide. IHC on the 16th position. This is the worst nightmare you can ever expect. And look at that! Aegon I8, QQ running down in an open area, expecting that nobody spots him out. He was lucky. I wish I was this lucky in my life.
Oh, we all are not lucky. Even me too. But again, excited. Well, they are the lucky bunch of people. Even IQ has been rescued by Uzm over there. No shots has been fired on them. And even they are not having the perfect resources to pick up a 4v4 battle right now. So yes, for now, Againix IA, they do have a good position to hold on to, but the resources, the loot that these compounds offer is not going to be enough. Againix IA, they have to go for the secondary loot. And like I was saying previously, talking about the circle, yes, 4ME, they do have a good spot for themselves, but Illuminate Crew and Againix IA, they can also capitalize in these kind of circles, because Againix IA is one of those teams that like dropping in towards the side of military base, especially in the PMPL Pakistan region. So that has been their home ground. And I do remember in one of the league plays game where we had a military base circle and Againix IA, they got the chicken dinner, the only chicken dinner for themselves. So maybe they can repeat the history, but Noki, well, you need to find a bandage, man.
Rizza just finished off the whole from IHC, and now they got stuck against players of Highvoltage. What a story! What a storyline, and what a writer the PUBG Mobile gods are, actually. Highvoltage on the other side, they have been consistent. To be honest, Shadow, once as you just mentioned, that some teams like Againix X, I8, they have been like very consistent in the previous iterations of this PMPL, right? And also, they were actually very good, but right now that isn't the case. The players from the Mongolian region, they are denying every single thing.
Oh yes, definitely. Regicide being caught off guard by the players of Highvoltage DC, and the aggression that is coming from the side of DC today. Even Noki is on a sliver of HP, and looks like Jigal has a vague idea there are players in the water. Oh, it's a fish in barrel situation for the players of Regicide. I don't think they can survive, especially the way the players of Highvoltage are hungry for the blood. Oh, it's a lost cause. Noki has been dealt with. Now Roshan is the only man standing from the side of Regicide, and Highvoltage DC, sooner or later, they'll find the confirmation point onto him as well. The way the crossfire has been set up by two players of Highvoltage DC, at the same time, the remaining players of Highvoltage do have a good compound to hold on to as well. So Regicide, another start they were hoping for. Prabeen with the AKM, get the confirmation point on the Noki. Roshan, I just feel bad for this guy.
Oh no, lost his life. But to be honest, yeah, this is you have to accept your fate sometimes, right? Roshan is still swimming for his life. I never ever expect in my life that I'm gonna say this word, and that is he actually swimming for his life, by the way. But he got taken down before I even finished my sentence. He got picked off, and there's only one player left from Regicide, far away from this kerfuffle. The only problem is with the team Regicide is once they get a good lead, they tend to just lose it out and instantly, right? And that's what happened.
That is exactly what happened to the players of Regicide. But Regicide, they need to find their ground, because in PMPL Pakistan, Regicide, they had the highest elimination, and this time they are on the bottom of the overall standings. They had not been able to find their feet in the SSC Championship. So this is something Regicide they need to work on. But Highvoltage DC, what a start! Already 3 defeat points in their favor, but they are way too far away from the circle. The good news is, there is no one to stop their rotation. All the majority of the teams, they have already migrated to the southern islands. So Highvoltage GC, they are going to find a pretty much safe pathway inside the circle.
Oh, another cruise to the safe zone. That's gonna be they might say this, but let's see. What a very weird approach from the players of I8, holding on to the edges of the map. I know they are just trying to just dodge the fight, which might, just happen in any second, but you got to be careful. You have to check out for the mini map. The players are trying to close in the distance, especially Leo. Leo is a type of team who will never, ever, they are never afraid of any fight, and it seems like Eliminate 2 might end up on the receiving edge.
Illuminate Crew and Leo Esports happening second time, and this time the grenades are being flung over towards the side of Illuminate Crew, but no damage has been done whatsoever. Leo Esports are still hunting for woofies. They have no idea where exactly the players of Illuminate Crew are, but Viper has been dealt with. M416 in the hands of Slipknot will get the confirmation point as well, and now Illuminate Crew left with only 3 players remaining. And Leo Esports already looking confident, and Woofies is far away from his teammates. There is no chance that the players rush towards him. He can be saved. The shots are being fired. The trades are coming in, and High Dami this time has been dealt with. Now, Illuminate Crew, Sky, and Nova X, they need help. Sky has patched himself up, need to go for the revival onto Nova X, but at the same time, Susan Slipknot with a grenade is looking for Sky, and Liquid's position has also been compromised. Maybe Woofus can take down Liquid in a close struggle battle, takes for a drop shot, and finally takes down Liquid over there with a UV-45, will get the confirmation as well.
This is really a close battle. One grenade might change the fate, but I like what Slipknot, the positioning of Slipknot, but they need to be careful. I don't think so that Nova can survive. Nova might not get the revive here. And yes, he will not. Slipknot instantly finishes him off. I8 now, it's an even-Steven situation. It's a 2v2 fight. A lot of bean grenades has been thrown away and trying to, just use them as an advantage to get an opening, and they certainly will. The piece secures pick, and it all comes down to Sus to just step up with the right movement. This is your time to shine. This is your time to situate. This is your time to get the battle going on still. But it's not going to be that easy.
Well, certainly it's not going to be easy, and Sky's position has been compromised. This is the only man standing where Slipknot is still bleeding, and Sky with a grenade is looking for some confirmation. At the same time, Woofus is trying to patch himself up, get back the HP, and Sky is just a sliver of HP. He survived, and Sus maybe he has bought some time to go for the revival onto his teammate. And Sky, you just survived, my man, and he has no first aid, no health kit, nothing at all. Slipknot is still begging for the help, and Sus with a grenade might be looking for some connection towards the side of Woofus, but no connection whatsoever. He has no idea where exactly Woofus is, but Sky knows exactly where Sus is, going for the revival onto Slipknot, and along into the supervision of Woofus, he can lob the grenade. Perfect grenade. Sus on a sliver of HP. Even both the players of Leo Esports on sliver of HP. Sky from the window deals with the last player as well, and Leo Esports valiant efforts from their side, but they did enough damage towards the side of Illuminate Crew. Finally have been eliminated. Yeah, nice try, but enough damage has been done towards the side of Illuminate Crew. 4 defeat points at the cost of 2 players. Not a trade I want.
Exactly. This is not an ideal trade, but it is what it is. Sometimes you have to be happy. Sometimes you got to be happy whatever you get. The best part is they will live another day. They will just live for some more time. I can't say the same thing for Leo, right? The end. That's the end. That's the end for today. They are just going to play the games tomorrow now. So we can't say the same thing for some teams. So sometimes you have to be happy whatever you got. But the important factor is that team like 7 elements, they are trying to fight. They are trying their best, but they are getting nothing out of it. That's a really heartbreaking thing.
Oh, heartbreaking thing for the players of Highvoltage DC. They were trying to cross the bridge. That is where Aganex I8 came in, and now Malik begging for the help, but the help is not gonna come in, and M762, the barrel to the perfection, gets a confirmation point as well. Aganex I8, this time they're performing really good. 3 elimination points already in their pockets. All they need is a good spot inside the circle. But the players of 4MV, yes, they have a very good spot. Even the players of Illuminate Crew are looking promising. MABETEX having the complete southern control for themselves. But Stalwarts, again, they're coming from the eastern side. That is where the majority of the fights are going to happen, especially with NB Esports coming from Novoripnoy, TUF coming from the bridge area. That is where Stalwarts might try and capitalize to rank up those elimination points.
That's an opportunity, and that's a thing they can utilize, Shadow. But I am amazed the way MABETEX just okay. They used a rotation to rotate towards the southern side of the map. That's cool, and I think it's a good plan. If it works, it works.
If it works, it works. But looking the position, Quantum Race, they are going for a very late rotation, like you said. Even Buddy of Regicide, the last man standing, is out in the blue, at the mercy of the blue, or rather, I'll say. And Highvoltage DC, I wonder how they're going to cross the bridge area. Like you said, Aganex I8, they're waiting for them. Rotation is going to be slow, and they're at the mercy of the blue. So yeah, in the scenario, even the players of DRS are looking very promising. They do have a very good position to hold on to. They are right in the epicenter. And DRS, up until now, they just had one good game. And that too in terms of the placement points. Otherwise, DRS, they have been completely missing today. But TUF, well, they have been spotted down by the players of Stalwart Esports on the bridge.
As I just mentioned about DRS, actually they are missing a lot of those important duels and also those important maps, because I think so this might be the map in which DRS might outshine every single one they are facing right now, but the probability is still low, Shadow. And look at that, the amount of control some of the teams has is just humongous. Stalwart Esports also playing on the edge and somehow managed to escape the barrage of those of that bridge cap.
Oh yes, definitely. Stalwart's going for the bridge camp, but Nirzad has been taken down, so they have to go for the rescue mission. At the same time, like I said, NB Esports was coming from Novo Ripnoy, and right now NB Esports Sek, he's at the mercy of the blue. He's fighting with the blue, and that is where Tops is trying to capitalize with those mini shots toward NB Esports, but they lost onto Nirzad. 3 players still remaining. They do have a good position, and well, the 2 players are in a split situation. Stalwart Esports, they are in a 1v2 split. 2 players are still fighting with the players of NB Esports, but now is the time to regroup, and that is exactly what Stalwarts are doing right now. Their entire C buildings of military base are under the control of T2K. Even T2K, they can have a good run, but they are on the periphery of the circle. But DRS, they are still in the center.
The circle is just favoring him. They are enjoying the positivity and also the advantage they got of the circle. Highvoltage on the other side, playing on the edge of the fencing here. Chiggle. He can spot out the ledge though. That's gonna be enough, and yes, it was. Scarl with the 3 times is enough for the preparation of your deathbed there. Senior also falls down. Meanwhile, Praveen needs a revival. It's going to be Jiggle and Praveen left alone on their own. Uzim secures it, or I can say stole the pick. Secure total 4 elimination in this lobby. They are 210 meters far away from the circle, so they have to be quick and also perfect with their rotation. Otherwise, they might face the brunt of other teams. But Regicide Buddy, the final player from Regicide, is trying to survive, is trying to breathe against these Goliaths, and might he will not. Smacked his vehicle in front of those barrels, and also his skull is open up, and he lost his life. Takes an exit on 13th position. Regicide got eliminated after securing total 4 elimination points. 12 minutes slow. Erangel Shadow. Everything seems to be very slow.
Well, everyone is trying to find a piece of real estate for themselves, a good spot, a prime spot that can land them a chicken dinner, if not chicken dinner, a very high fragging game for themselves, because still we have 12 teams and 37 players remaining. It is stage 4 circle, and there is not enough real estate to provide a piece of land to every single individual. And that is where the trades are coming in. Individual picks are coming in. Quantum Rage and Highvoltage DC. Jiggle especially on a very sliver of HP, and Tan is trying to take him down, but finally Jiggle finds a cemetery to hold on to. And Quantum Rage, they used to be the consistent one. They used to be so impressive, but this time maybe it is the pressure of the grand finals which they are not able to handle. Only 2 players remaining. Even the positioning, I won't say is the best of the best for the players of Quantum Rage, Chanatan and Halsey right now. But NB Esports on the southern side of the map, they're finding the players of MABETEX Esports, where Baron has been taken down. But Jiggle, look at his position. He's in the territory of T2K Esports.
Oh no. He's a scary man. But he can do it. He's the only one who can do it. But Shadow, the problem is, every single one of them are close to each other. Every single one of them unaware of that fact that that distance between them and their opponents is very low. But they have to be sure. They have to be perfect. They have to be on point with their decision making. Another fight to span out, and which Stalwart Esports have an upper advantage now.
Oh yes, they do have an upper advantage, but Sek is being revived. At the same time, the Plosion is going to come in. But look at Icy, he's charging towards the side of NB Esports, and Fistboy retaliates, instantly takes him down. But in close frontal battle with action over there, the DBS on the other side, and NB Esports, can they stand tall? And Fistboy, he just clutched it against Stalwart Esports. That was fantastic, and he managed to go for the rescue mission as well. NB Esports, this is the NB Esports I was waiting for. The aggression is on point, but still they need to patch themselves up. They're still around 180 meters away from the circle.
Yeah, it's a huge number, by the way, especially a circle like military circle. It's a huge number, right? So you got to be quick, you got to be perfect. But you were just telling me a lot about the performance they have been showcasing, right? And now I agree, the amount of domination NB Esports can showcase. This is just a trailer, I think so, from their side.
Oh, certainly it is. It's just a trailer. I'm still waiting for the NB Esports to lose, to rain death and destruction. But right now, Against IH, Uzm out in the open. But Sky, the only threat Uzm had, has already been dealt with by the players of MABETEX Esports. A blessing in disguise for Against IH right now. But they still need to find a good spot for themselves inside the circle. And they might have to pick up a fight with the players of 4MV. Oh, the Giants. It's not going to be an easy fight. Look at the amount of smokes that have been deployed. But still, through the smokes, Apex finds IQ over there, instantly shuts him down. There is no chance that Against can save their fallen comrade. They're trying to find a quick escape from the situation, from the shots that are coming from the side of 4MV right now. Even the players of MABETEX Esports, they have to transition themselves inside the circle. But T2K Jane finds perfect knock onto the players of MABETEX Esports. And MABETEX, they're coming under heavy fire.
This is the worst dream for them. This shouldn't happen. MABETEX facing a lot of resistance right now, but they need to be careful, and they have to be perfect right now. Still 10 teams in the lobby, and what was that? He's a secure pick after he ran over a player and got that elimination point. 9 teams left in the lobby in total. 5 defeats for the players of Eliminate Crew. How Eliminate Crew is still there, Shadow? What? They survived?
Yes, they survived, and maybe we spoke too soon, but Doc with the grenade, like I said, he never fails. He takes one player down, Sky, but thankfully his teammate is nearby, so the help is there. The revival is going to be there, but the follow-up grenade might also come from the side of 4MV.
This is a really good battle. This is where things are looking good. Look at that. 9 teams still close to each other. The amount of utilities the teams are utilizing is just perfect. But still, they are very close to each other. But yet so far, an opening being secured by the players of Stalwart Esports, trying to pin down the players of Quantum Rage. Although it was DRS, apologies for that. DRS instantly secured a pick. Now it all comes down to only one player of Quantum Rage. And for how long he can survive, that's going to be the question. The circle is also closing in, and this will decide the future for the teams who are playing on the edge.
Oh yes, majority of the teams are in the periphery of the circle. Only DRS, they are somewhere on the center position. They are having a good spot, but for MV Doc, the amount of information he can gather from that height advantage is tremendous, especially onto the players of Illuminate Crew and DRS. But at the same time, he has to make sure he doesn't give glimpse to the enemy, because if a knock comes onto Doc, the revival chances are very slim. And he realized that, so he's going to regroup with his teammates. And the circle has taken a shift. The rotations will be coming in. NB Esports, they have the entire eastern control, Shivansh.
Yeah, and also they can utilize those small ridges and mountains they have. So I think so it's going to be NB Esports, maybe the players of MABETEX who can just get a chicken dinner. But the only problem is the rotation. How they are going to manage to just cut off the rotation. Eliminate Crew, they are facing the players of very good AMV and 4MV, by the way. They got an advantage. Eliminate Crew, it's a 2v2 situation in which they might lose the fight. But no, a beautiful drop shot, but a good cover fire from their teammates. Eliminate Crew eliminated on the 9th position and secure good amount of total elimination points.
7 elimination already in the hands of 4MV, but MABETEX and NB Esports, this is the battle of the grenades. Both these teams are contesting for this little mountain. The grenades are being flung over, but no connection whatsoever. There is a possibility of a third party as well, but refused. Like I said, third party comes in, and Baron has been taken down, and instant confirmation is there, leaving Kese all by himself in a close frontal battle with NB Esports. Fistboy looking for a potential low-ridge flank angle towards Kese over there. And MABETEX, Ben 10 already down. Valley is crawling his way, trying to give revive to his teammate. But Kese knows exactly where Fistboy is. This grenade can be so deadly. And Fistboy, well, can he survive? Yes, he survived.
Yeah, he survived that. And it was a bit lucky though, but I can't say the same thing for the players of T2K. They aren't lucky. Two of those goes down, and now T2K, they are surviving on a thin thread. This is not a good call for them. And still, the fight for the Zlit is still on the other side. MABETEX. Oh no, that should be a beautiful spin. It certainly was, but a trade is required, and it was there. Meanwhile, T2K takes an exit, a good FPS shift. And now MABETEX, they are looking very good. Although it just all comes down to only one player. He's dropped down to only 30% of his HP.
Yes, only 30 HP, but still the players of NB Esports. But gets a grenade right on the face of Fistboy, takes him down. And Sek, what can he do in this situation? A follow-up grenade might come in from the back line. Even the players of TUF are there. NB Esports, they need to watch the Seks. And so does Kese. And Kese already closing in the distance, gets a confirmation point onto Fistboy over there. At the same time, 4MV, they have their own troubles because Doc has been taken down and Refuse is trying to make a smoke wall to go for the rescue mission. And looks like Kese has a vague idea about the position of Refuse.
Yeah, I think so. That's big idea might be it. That's what they need. That's might be enough for them. But look at that 4MV. Yes, they got eliminated. Team DRS, they are in the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy because this is the first time Team DRS showcasing the signs of life. In the previous map, I think so, previous to previous, they were in the 6th position, secured total 2 elimination points. But right now, they are in the top 4 with total 6 elimination points. And they are the only one who have control of this only compound which is present inside the circle.
Oh yes, DRS. This is the DRS that we are used to witness in the previous seasons of PMPL. They always, like I said, they are a strategic team. This time also they focused on the positioning, on the rotation, and they do have a good compound. In fact, the prime compound to go for a winner chicken dinner, because the entire day DRS Shivansh, they were silent. They were not having the best of the time. Not even one good performance was given from this DRS, barring Killer YT having the individual good performance. But MABETEX Esports, the last player has been dealt by NB Esports. Now only 3 teams and 8 players remaining.
The numbers are less and the opportunities are huge for DRS. TUF are the only the huge contender. They are the only one who can just change the fate, or maybe can change the flow of this game for DRS. But I don't think so. The possibility is going to be that huge. It's still 70-30 possibility. DRS might get this chicken dinner. But Sek, look at that. Waiting for a minute to just peek, waiting for a second to peek. And when he peeks, he receives some amount of damage. Look at it. Look at his loadout. Is barely surviving just 60% of his HP. He's also just trying to patch himself up so that he can just run away to safety. But will H2SO4 allow him to? That smoke grenade just provide him somewhat of extra cover, but I don't think so that's going to be enough. Sek goes down, so as a team of NB Esports. Now it's 3v4 situation in which DRS has everything.
Even TUF, they have managed to come in top 2. This is a good game turning out for the players of TUF as well. In the Pakistan region, they have showcased good performance, but finally TUF, they have started stepping up in the South Asia Championship. But like you said, the numbers advantage, the position advantage, the majority of the real estate control, everything is under the control of DRS. So let's see who is going to get the chicken dinner. And the Scanwin opening rules gave the first glimpse to the players of TUF. Lost hefty HP, but now he'll think twice before giving a glimpse to the players of TUF. But yes, DRS, they do have hard cover for themselves, so yes, they do have an advantage.
They certainly have. Certainly will be able to close in the game. But look at the position of their fourth player. Rules on their sides is bursting out the vehicle, and also the host for all the players of TUF. Delta is also in a really good spot. Rules on the side, just trying to go for a flank angle with his comrade, with his teammate, to just go for a 2+2 split, or to just pinch in the players. A smoke has been utilized to revive the players M7. He actually got that. H2SO4, the hydrogen sulfate, is just trying his best. What a good spray on Rules.
Oh yes, definitely a good spray, and all Rules is having a little tree trunk for the hard cover, but Delta with a DB takes down sulfuric acid. H2SO4 out of the equation. Instant confirmation is not there, so there's still hope for the revival that might come in, but the grenade can be deadly if locked to the perfection. Demotivate Sir is also in the close proximity. This grenade could have been deadly. And finally, Delta finds H2SO4 again. Even Demotivate Sir has been dealt by Delta over there. And now only one player remaining, Shivansh.
Yeah, it's almost impossible, and it certainly was. Easy for DRS for this game. Actually, Erangel, they secured a good second dinner, and they'll be happy after this performance, I think. So yeah, they are the top 5. That's a good sign, because before this game they were in the 11th position.
Yes, finally DRS, they get the chicken dinner which they were waiting for, and just by getting one chicken dinner, they managed to come in top 5 in the overall ranking with total of 19 points. And after that, now it's time for a little short break, guys. DRS Gaming, the real soldiers, finally showing what they are made of. They get the winner chicken dinner for themselves, and they're closing day number 1 on a very good note by being in top 5, Shivansh.
Yep, they finally in the top 5, and that's what I was looking for. But they still have a huge difference between them and the team who is on the top, and we all know that it's gonna be 4MV. But you know what? It's still a good sign. You showcase a good amount of performance, you secure a chicken dinner, and every single one of them were alive at the end, right? Although you just received some huge amount of damage, it was a good retaliation, a good trade. But yeah, at the end, it's DRS who got the final chicken dinner of the day, and it was on the map of Erangel. To be honest, this is just the start. You still need some more if you want to be on top.
I thought DRS will start making a comeback story for themselves in the map of Sanhok, because that has been the strongest map. But it's better late than never. Finally, they are stepping up. They're getting those chicken dinner for themselves, and DR is definitely on day number 2. They'll be much more prepared. They'll have a very good start for themselves, because, like I said, they are a strategic team. They know how to transition themselves inside the circle. At the same time, find the best spot for themselves. That has been done by DRS in the league plays as well. So yes, big hopes, high hopes from DRS. I'm very sure the fans are going to be happy, and the Nepali fans are going to be thrilled, because Highvoltage DC is also having a fantastic run today.
Yeah, I agree, because no matter the outcome, right, the courage to stand up and fight is what truly matters.
Yeah.
Because DRS, although they had a really weird day today, but at the end they somehow managed to make things even for them at the end, right? And that's a good sign, right? They should start preparing for tomorrow, and that's gonna be the same thing for the other teams too, because teams like IHC, oh my god, what a deadly day for them, Shadow. In this game, they were the first team who took an exit at the first position. So it seems like it's a roller coaster ride. This PMPL South Asia Championship, it certainly is a roller coaster ride for me, and I should, just condition myself for these type of surprises.
Oh, it's full of surprises. That I can guarantee, because all these teams, they are so aggressive. They are so well accustomed to the game of PUBG Mobile, and the MVP this time is going to be the Grenadier, the Golden Hand Man, Dog from the side of 4MV with 4 elimination, but a pretty high damage number. That is going to be 912.
Good amount of damage, good knocks, and healing down is only 70. So it seems like Doc was like, you know what? My name is Doc, but I'm not gonna heal myself. I am there to punish you, and I will do the same. 6 knock, 4 kills, good 80% total percentage. But Woofies, this man just is an actual demon in certain situation, or approximately 600 damage total. It's 595 and 3 eliminations out of those. Kese from Magnus Esports also shows good signs of life, and Delta, when it mattered the most, he stepped up big time.
Certainly he did. Even Kesef from the side of MABETEX Esports. MABETEX, they were engaging in a fight with the plus of NB Esports, and Kese held on to his ground for a very long time, especially when they were surrounded. Even 4MV was doing a third party. But in the match summary, DRS Delta having the highest elimination, Sek having the highest damage. The assist goes towards the side of T2K Rig. T2K, they have been having a fantastic run today.
Yeah. T2K, they actually had a good run, by the way. Before, I think so, it was DRS who toppled them down, or maybe they just moved a bit towards the top 4 position. Not sure, by the way. Maybe I think so. They just secure less amount of points compared with DRS, so DRS might topple them down to the 6th position. But again, T2K, they had a good day today, except this particular matchup, but they still managed to sink in some amount of points from this one match, and it's sum up to total 5. DRS with total 19 points with a good ending for them.
Oh, definitely 19 points, and for MV this time they're getting total of 11 points. Even NB Esports, they have showcased signs of resilience, the way they are trying to do a comeback, 11 points to their name as well. MABETEX Esports also had a pretty decent run in this one, total 9 points, but IHC, they were taken out pretty early in the game. 7th element, Magnus Esports, and a big surprise, Stalwart Esports getting early elimination this time with just a single elimination point to their name. Maybe the overconfidence, or maybe, I don't know, but Stalwart Esports, something unheard of getting an early elimination.
Sharon, you know what? It's about life. Sometimes things happen, and sometimes you always have a good run. But for Medical Vibe, just showcasing that how you should play the game of PUBG Mobile. Total 39 placement points, and out of those 39, they secure 330 after getting the chicken dinner, and 9 in total 3 games. So good amount of average they have been showcasing, but 48 total elimination, a humongous number for them. Stalwart Esports also catching up in terms of elimination points, total 40, and Highvoltage with DC with 42. Although it's a huge difference between them and the players of 4 Medical Vibes, 13 more points, and they might hit the triple digit tomorrow. But DRS Gaming, a 6 positioning jump for them. That's a good sign.
Oh, definitely. But they are on a tie with the plus of T2K Esports, and maybe we can see things. Well, both these teams, the way DRS Gaming, they have taken a jump in the overall ranking. That makes a statement that yes, the overall ranking are still very volatile. One chicken dinner, and you can topple over even any team in the lobby. So yes, things are still open for the teams who are on the bottom. 7th element with just 7 points. Leo Esports with only 12 points. Magnus not having the best of the time, 13 points to their name, sitting on the 14th spot. TUF towards the end in last game, yes, finally a good performance came from their side, and they managed to propel themselves by 1 position, and they are on the 11th spot.
Total 26 points, and they are the only one who has total, like, they achieved double digit in terms of placement points. So TUF just managing a good amount of balance in terms of placement and elimination, so nothing taken away from them. But Agon X I8, this team is just made for aggression, and same thing for Quantum Breeze. Look at that, 8 and 9 placement points respectively, and a good amount of total finish points. But the team who just amazed us, that's none other than 4 Miracle Vibes. If you talk about the individual stats, Doc with 15 total eliminations and dished out 3129 damage, 3129, and Refuse with 14 and total 26,309 damage.
Oh, definitely a perfect start from the side of 4MV are there, and like we said in the start, that it is fight for the championship. Whoever is the champion will get the chance to compete in PUBG Mobile World Invitational. So the stakes are very high. Every single game matters a lot, because sometimes you are on the 2nd spot just by being 1 point deficit. So this is something teams don't want. So that could be the reason for MV, the consistency that is coming from their side. The 3 chicken dinners, they had the perfect start. I hope they carry forward the same momentum on the remaining days as well.
Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best that they just showcase a similar performance they showed us today. And yes, let's talk about the elimination leaders now. It's going to be Doc, Refuse, Action, Kilo ID, and Assassin. And Doc leading the charge with total 15 eliminations, and Refuse with 14 respectively.
Oh yes, Refuse, Action having 14 elimination, Killer YT having 12 elimination, Assassin from the side of Highvoltage DC having 12 elimination of his own, but the highest damage is towards the side of Doc. This guy has been always impressive from the side of 4MV, the way he is able to bring those crucial openings, and that is where the remaining players rush towards the opponent team and try to annihilate them. So Doc has been an important factor in those 4v4 battles, especially the grenades that come from the side of Doc are always the impressive one. So yes, 4MV, there's a strong contender on day number 1. The point difference between the 1st spot and 2nd spot is way too much, but maybe Stalwarts can try and compensate that, or maybe we can also see 4MV going against Stalwart Esports in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, anything can happen. There are still a lot of possibilities. There are still a lot of options. The only thing is these teams needs to just find those options and also to figure out the possibilities to be on to be the best. It's to be honest, for Medical Vibe showcased one-sided domination in the first half of the day, and they were able to just carry forward a similar in the second half. But the only thing which changed the fate is the performance from Stalwart Esports, right? And which can still annoy the players of Four Medical Vibes tomorrow, but that's gonna be the question for our fans and for ourselves too.
Yes, definitely. But in day number one, it was entirely about 4MV starting things on a very good note by getting two double chicken dinners for themselves. Then high voltage, they got a chicken dinner in the match number 3. That was Erangel. But 4MV, the hat trick is there. Not the hat trick, but 3 chicken dinners are there. Even Stalwart Esports, they had a consistent run today. And finally, they got the chicken dinner in the map of Miramar and DRS. Even they did a comeback in the final last game of Erangel by getting a chicken dinner for themselves.
Ooh, total good amount of eliminations being secured. 9 elimination, by the way, Team DRS secured in the final match of this day. And it was a good day, by the way. No doubt, I've enjoyed every single match. And I'm looking forward for tomorrow's similar type of domination from the side of the players of 4 NV. But MV, by the way, the important factor is how other teams just gonna catch up. Because it's important, Shadow, to showcase your 100%. Because out of those 4 days, 25% of the day, 25% of the work has already been done. Now you have other 75% to work with.
You have to carry forward the same momentum on day number 2, and day number 2 is not going to be so easy. It's going to be more unpredictable because opponent teams are also going to come much more prepared. They're going to have a read on to you. Maybe some team might try and cut off your rotation. This time there was no rivalry, there was no drop collisions happening. But maybe on day number 2 or day number 3 that might happen. So the teams need to be prepared. They need to have a plan B in case plan A fails.
Exactly. That plan B is always important, right? You have to be prepared for every single circumstances. If you're not, maybe, then you might, just struggle a little bit. Then you maybe struggle a little bit. But you know what? That's the end for today's. And the best note was for and we just showcasing that this is what they are made up of, and we might just witness a similar amount of things for them. Although they missed the chance for the hat trick where they actually got 3 chicken dinners, and not in a row, but after a break. But in today's matchup, I can say one thing, and that is, Shadow, that the teams from the Mongolian region, they are actually scary.
100% agreed. Mongolian region brings in so much domination. Definitely the aggression was showcased by all the teams, but Nepali teams are also not far behind. Highvoltage DC, the way they started things on, they were so very consistent. Even the players of T2K, DRS. So yes, Nepali region is there, but Mongolian domination, we can't compare. But still, maybe we can see a Nepalese team coming at the top this time. But if I have to ask you, Shivanshu, which is the one team that impressed you the most?
Which is the one team which impressed me the most?
Yeah.
Highvoltage DC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they impressed me the most because they still, despite of the fact they secure only 1 chicken dinner, they were in the 3rd position today after the 6 matches, right? The total secure 59 points. Still 3 less from Stalwart Esports. We're talking about a lot about Stalwart Esports, but in that thing, we unfortunately lost the performance of Highvoltage. But still, they performed very well, and I loved it, the way they performed. But one more thing, in the end, we just saw the dust settles and Team 4MV stand as the best and the top contenders for today. Their efforts just paid off. Will it affect other teams tomorrow? And will they be able to showcase a similar amount of dominance tomorrow? That's going to be the question for tomorrow. So we'll meet you at the same time tomorrow and enjoy the 6 games. Till then, bye-bye.